the first time we've gathered for a large event in this conference center in over 3 years. We do have a full house for today's conversation, where we will be talking about machine learning, advanced analytics, innovation, big data challenges, and even more importantly, how we implement these technologies to gain a competitive advantage in the US. Throughout the day, our keynotes and panelists will discuss these issues and what is needed for the IC to adopt and truly realize the full benefit of emerging technologies. I'm hoping that today will be a very candid discussion, conversations that focus on what is needed and how we make it work. On the tables are notebooks, compliments of Thomson Reuters. I would encourage you all to take notes today and take your notebooks home with you. We hope you put them to good use. You will also find note cards on your table in the center, sponsored by Rancher Government Solutions. When you have a question for any of our speakers, please write them down, and our amazing INSA interns will collect your cards. To note, they are all looking for jobs in the public and private sector in the intelligence community, and would really like to work in SCIFs for the rest of their life, which I can't say for all young people these days. So with the INSA interns who are looking for jobs, please raise your hands. They are in the back of the room here. I would encourage you all to get to know them. And then I wanted to also point out that we have a number of sponsors here today. Bear with me and be patient, because it is a very long list. Accrete AI, Acoma, BAE Systems, BlackBerry, Booz Allen, Elastic, Google Cloud, Gordon Ventures, Guidehouse, Maxar, Oracle Cloud, Peraton, Rancher Government Solutions, Raytheon Intelligence and Space, SAIC, Sandbox AQ, Sims Software, and Thomson Reuters. A round of applause for all of our sponsors. I also wanted to mention we're pleased to welcome a number of folks from the press here today. As a reminder, the program is on the record and will be recorded, except for our 10 a.m. session, which is on misinformation and disinformation and is off the record. Now, I would also like to mention it is International Women's Day today. And perhaps when the architects designed this beautiful space, probably back sometime in the 80s, they did not think we would have so many women in the room. Hence, at some point today, there'll be a line at the ladies' room. If you see someone with a name badge on like mine, and you'd like to go up to the 9th floor and use that restroom, please just let us know. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce Drew Uplinger. He is the Vice President for National Programs at Peraton, and he will be introducing our morning speaker. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Suzanne, and good morning to everyone. Okay, let's try that one more time. This is emerging technology. We need a little bit more excitement. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right, that's great. So, relative to International Women's Day, I think we ought to also thank all the women who support the intelligence and national security communities, both past and present, and their support and contributions are valuable, not only today, not only after we leave here, but going forward. And you're going to hear more why that is from Phil when he comes up. So on behalf of Peraton, I would like to thank INSA for assembling an exciting lineup today of speakers, panelists, and topics that we're all going to hear about. I would say this event couldn't be timelier, and the reason I say that is because our adversaries, and what I'll first say is that not only is this timely, but I would put it in a critical status. Not only what we talk about today, but what we do when we leave here as industry professionals and as our government customers. I mean, we're faced with adversaries today that are adopting technology however they obtained it, whether they stole it or whether they're creating it. They're adopting technology at a pace so that they can use that as an advantage against the West. And it's up to us to realize that and make a significant pivot. So I would challenge everyone here to set the bar higher, and that we need to pivot to address these current and emerging threats. And that pivot is actually going to start with strong leadership. And that leadership brings a commitment, that leadership brings a plan towards technology adoption that results in our nation's competitive advantage. We're fortunate to have Phil as our morning keynote. Phil and his team tirelessly work these challenges every single day on behalf of the IC, the warfighter, and our foreign partners. Phil Chudoba serves as NGA's Associate Director of Capabilities. In this capacity, he's responsible for strategic direction, future architecture, research and digital innovation, adoption of emerging technology, enterprise development, integration, deployment, and sustainment of capabilities serving the mission needs of the National System for Geospatial Intelligence, known as the NSG, as well as the Allied System for Geospatial Intelligence, known as the ASG. So what I'll say is Phil's got a big job jar, and he's basically got it all. Phil's previous leadership positions, first he a highly decorated Marine. He also was the U.S. Marine Corps Assistant Director of Intelligence and also the Director of Geo and Enterprise before his current role at NGA. And thank you for your service, Phil. Please join me in providing a warm welcome to Phil Chudoba.
Well, thanks, Drew. I truly appreciate your kind words in the introduction. Many thanks to the INSA team for having me here today. I always appreciate the opportunity to engage and interact with our key industry partners. It's so essential to our success in our mission space. So thank you for being here as well. Thank you for investing the time in this dialogue. As Drew mentioned, I'm the Associate Director for Capabilities. I also wear the hat of NGA's Component Acquisition Executive. And as you might expect, these are two interrelated roles. And we'll kind of talk about how that leads me to manage the team and to pursue some of the outcomes that we're pursuing. This morning I want to talk to you about opportunities for our current and future teammates across industry and academia, a topic that's, I'm sure, of interest to you, as well as a high priority for me. I want to talk about some of the opportunities where we as a team can help accelerate the development and delivery capabilities that are vital to our mission at NGA and vital to the security of our nation moving forward. I will tell you that across my organization, we're innovating today in order to be ready for tomorrow, ready for some of those challenges and pernicious threats that we see forming today. We've got to have the best and the brightest minds from all corners of our nation. And so, again, thank you for coming here to be part of that team. Our partnerships at NGA reach from industry to academia, from the nation's heartland to the nation's capital, and from this room to the classrooms across the nation. And as I share my thoughts here this morning, I sincerely invite you to think hard about how we're going to maintain GEOINT supremacy on behalf of our nation. And I use that word supremacy very deliberately. This is really a critical question for us all today because the GEOINT advantage that we enjoy is absolutely not assured. And we all should be sensitized to that reality. There's significant work to be done, and together we've got to envision that path forward, do the backward planning, and take the actions necessary in order to dominate this space. Today and every day, we at NGA are developing that future operational environment and the architecture and the tools required to support it. This most definitely includes incorporating all of that viable emerging technology from commercial industry and from academia into our important mission. Because I think we all recognize that our nation is facing a variety of security challenges, and these are dynamic and rapidly evolving. In that context, success in the present environment really requires our agency to reach out across industry, academia, and the whole of government to lock arms in fulfilling those security needs. So for those of us who work in this business, the national security business, it's really a turbulent time. Let's reflect for a minute. By about this time last year, thankfully, we were finally emerging from the most significant pandemic in 100 years. And then we watched Russia invade Ukraine. We just crossed that one-year threshold on 24 February. And it's probably safe for all of us to say that the Russians, our adversaries, probably didn't think they would still be trying to hit their mission objectives a whole year later. Yeah, thank you for all of it. Amen. On our part, while we remain vigilant with everything happening in Ukraine, we simultaneously experienced a full range of persistent challenges, and those included significant cyber attacks, regional conflict, natural disasters, even here in our own nation, North Korean missile tests, and of course, China emerging now more than ever as our pacing competitor. So as we think about the new normal of great power competition, because that's what this is, if we ever needed innovative technical solutions to expand our GeoInc capabilities, that time is in fact now. This morning I'm going to cover four rather broad areas. I'm going to try to save at least half my time for dialogue. And I'm going to talk to you about first what we're doing at NGA and how our mission objectives and technology focus areas fit. I'll talk to you a little bit about our current acquisition environment and what we have changed in the last couple of years. I'll get into a little bit of what we want to accomplish in the future. I know Maven is a topic on a lot of people's minds. We can talk about that. And finally, I want to emphasize how we want to leverage the power of partnerships with the folks who are in this room right now in order to accomplish everything we do. So at NGA, we pride ourselves on providing the world's best GeoInt. We do this so that our warfighters and our policymakers have the information that they require to keep our nation safe. We know at NGA that GeoInt is a fundamental layer to decision-making for our policymakers and our warfighters, fundamental. In fact, we argue that everything that happens has a place on the earth, and in that regard, all of the other intelligence layers typically are pinned to the geospatial layer. We use imagery and data from satellites, airborne sensors, and other sources to analyze what's happening in the world on a continual basis. And our role is to understand how to implement GeoInt in order to gain and maintain that advantage that I keep mentioning, advantage in this competition. We understand GeoInt at NGA. We understand the mission and needs of our stakeholders, as well as those of our competitors. And we're constantly seeking to sustain that state of the art so that we can stay on top. And we do this by applying our world-class internal expertise and also through extensive collaboration with partners like you. Ultimately, we see ourselves in the business of providing decision advantage. Obtaining and maintaining decision advantage requires us to operate a responsive, integrated GeoInt system that acquires, assesses, and delivers trusted information to policymakers and warfighters at that speed of need. There's probably some of you in the audience today who are acquainted with decision theory. When I talk to my folks, I tell them this is basic John Boyd OODA Loop 101 stuff, right? And many of us are familiar with that. This is dominating the cognitive domain because those of us on the playing field who could make accurate decisions faster than our adversaries or competitors, those are the people who are going to win, and we want to be those people. We want to be those people everywhere, all the time. So let the magnitude of the challenge sink in as we talk here today. We're focused at NGA on continually tackling these challenges by leading the community in knowledge and capability development across the continuum of science and technology, research and development, delivery and sustainment. And today, my team is heavily focusing their efforts on computer vision, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. There's probably no surprise there. My role in all this as the Associate Director of Capabilities and the Component Acquisition Executive is to set the conditions for the success of my directorates across the capabilities vertical. And I do this by keeping them aligned to mission, prioritizing resources, promoting collaboration, and finally, and hear this, by ensuring relentless, and the word is relentless execution, so that we can not only stick to our timelines, but accelerate those timelines as we deliver this vital capability to our customers. As a CAE, some of my specific duties include providing oversight for those critical acquisition functions at NGA in compliance with a range of statutory and regulatory requirements that I know many are familiar with. I oversee the acquisition, the innovation, the research and development, the adoption of new technologies that align to our requirements. So for the agency, I'm tasked with being the steward of our future missions. I'm really super fortunate to be surrounded by a phenomenal team with great leadership, great intellectual capacity, and great experience. And today our acquisition environment enables virtually everything that I'm going to discuss with you today. As an acquisition team, one of our main goals is really to understand the capabilities that industry and academia bring here so that we can, again, lock arms and drive efficient adoption of those innovative solutions at the agency and to enable that decision supremacy that we want to have for our policymakers and warfighters. To that end, here at NGA, we conduct a steady battle rhythm of ongoing industry engagement efforts that strive to expose small and non-traditional businesses to NGA and vice versa. We want to understand what's going on in that space. We're fortunate enough this morning to have some members of my industry engagement team here with us, and I hope later you get to interact with my folks. This is a really important area for me. Because these activities that we conduct in the realm of industry engagement create an opportunity, a mutual opportunity, to gain visibility into our needs, to expose our workforce and to the possible products and capabilities and solutions that we might not be familiar with that you all bring to the table. Our industry engagement team is highly capable. They host, on my behalf, semi-monthly industry spotlight sessions. These are typically 60 minutes, allowing at least 2 companies to have an opportunity to demonstrate to us their technology and their vision for the future of GEOINT supremacy. And this battle rhythm has been productive and intensive, and I invite you to join it. We also host quarterly executive exchanges in person at NGA's premier unclassified innovation center, a space that we call Moonshot Labs, out in St. Louis, Missouri. This provides us with a more intimate environment for selected participants to really highlight their technology to multiple NGA leaders and executives. And as an addition to that, every 12 to 18 months, we host what we call an industry strategy summit. These events, which are highly productive for us as well, net between 1,200 and 1,700 participants, primarily participants in the small business space. And we use these venues to communicate our key plans and our key capability requirements so that industry can understand our priorities. We don't want you guessing as we move forward. So this industry engagement process, which has been so productive for the agency and I hope for industry, is proven for us. It's been fair for us. It's been effective for us. And it is viewed across the IC as actually a best practice that many are modeling. We drive our activities by what we call the NGA Engagement Platform, which is a tool that we use to track our engagements with industry, academia, and external organizations. We've got some interesting interest from Oversight on Capitol Hill in that tool, looking to adopt it for their own purposes. So I share all this with you just to drive home the reality that it is essential to my success that we engage with businesses, large and small, who are interested in having a conversation with me and my team so that we can be competitive, successful, and win in this space that we're all contending with. In 2022, we held over 300 of these engagements. So we've been moving at a pace that reflects the urgency of this set of issues we're looking to tackle and our desire to speak with folks from the private sector and from the academic sector. In terms of our capability development approach, in my organization, we focus on speed to mission. Because in our business, as most folks are aware, there are decisions being made frequently that can have lethal consequences, so every second matters. We want to design capabilities for lifecycle affordability. Emerging technology does no good if we cannot sustain it for our purposes over the long haul. We want to maintain a credentialed and technically competent workforce that keeps us on the cutting edge, razor sharp, and ahead of our competitors. And I will tell you that in my tenure at NGA, the workforce was what consumed my first year of focus as ADC in getting that right. And I'm proud to tell you that we now have got it more than right. Our real goal is to have the best technology workforce in the IC, and I believe we have that. We're looking to mitigate pernicious supply chain risks, as you might expect, with all that's gone on and all that we've witnessed in the last couple of years while we continue to expand our industrial base. Super important to me to understand that we are moving forward with technology that not only has not been compromised, but that reduces and minimizes the risk, preferably eliminates the risk for that type of compromise. Because these investments and these capabilities are meaningless if they're not secure, and I think we can agree on that. We want to maintain a commitment to transparent, fair, and open communication with all of you, with consideration for small business and non-traditional partnerships to spur that all-essential innovation that we enjoy. We do want to understand how some aspects of the federal supply chain risk management law and the cybersecurity maturity model, we want to understand how these are going to affect some of the small and startup companies because we understand that burden. And it's a little different from mid-size and large companies. We want to understand all these impacts because that's how we keep you in the solution space. That mutual understanding of where we're going and how you come along with us is super important to us. Some of the other things we're trying to do is really take advantage of recent changes in the DoD acquisition policy that support our vision, especially as it relates to the acquisition of software solutions. And I'm proud to tell you that at NGA, we have deliberately adopted the adaptive acquisition framework. If you're looking at the new acquisition policies recently emanating from DoD, then you're tracking that we have some new and exciting flexibilities in our authorities to develop and deliver software. But I'll say finally, obtaining the very best proposals and best solutions from you is what I'm after. I think we have to make those choices every day between commercially developed solutions and whether or not we have to carry the burden of developing a solution. And of course, I don't have to emphasize to you that my preference would be to have ideally a turnkey solution, but when that's not available, a commercial off-the-shelf solution that I can integrate efficiently into my ecosystem. We made at NGA some significant organizational adjustments to position our agency for leadership in this all-important continuum of computer vision, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. And I express it that way deliberately because that is the sequence, the maturity sequence that I believe we have to follow to get to these outcomes. Computer vision, machine learning, and ultimately artificial intelligence. We've realigned some organizations to create a single hub in NGA responsible for data and digital capability. And we'll align that organization directly to our agency's strategic direction. You may know of this new organization as the Data and Digital Innovation Directorate, led by Jim McCool and Mark Munsell, two trusted colleagues who are always at the cutting edge of this computer vision, machine learning, artificial intelligence space. And I will tell you, it wasn't easy to carve this new organization essentially out of hide at the agency, but we succeeded as a team. And it is there. And this is, of course, the catcher's mitt for Project Maven. When it transitioned from DoD, the DDI directorate was where that landed. My explicit purpose with the organization and its resources is to accelerate our implementation of capabilities across that continuum I described to you, ultimately landing in that AI space that will give us predictive capability. In my view, this is something that's going to require intensive cross-agency collaboration, because if we want to gain and maintain momentum there, we're not going to be able to do it alone. So AI and ML are central to our strategy to increase our speed, accuracy, and precision, especially as data volumes increase. I'm sure all of you are tracking this deluge of data that's coming. One of our goals is to let the machines do what they do best and free up the analysts to do what they do best, to think critically and piece things together and share insights. More than ever, we're heavily focused on the data interoperability, scalability, accessibility, and discoverability internally and externally. We've got a few whole-of-agency efforts tackling these things. We've got our technology experts, mission experts, and data experts, all sitting side by side to teach and learn from one another and to collaborate. Because we've learned from hard experience that creating this foundation of structured data and successfully employing AI/ML capabilities, it doesn't just involve one element. Instead, we're after this holistic ecosystem that is going to successfully incorporate for us a complex range of elements to include policy, mission, technology, training, data, metrics, and our acquisition framework, just to name a few. Along with our IC and DoD partners, we're building an AI/ML enabling ecosystem that's going to give us that maximum interoperability. Our collaboration across boundaries is at a level that it's never been before. And our collaborators from outside the government have to be part of that ecosystem. We've got to have interoperable solutions to get there. I've got to move away from closed loop or niche solutions and more towards creating requirements that all of us have to agree to and that we have to fulfill if we're going to have this, this playing field where we're going to succeed. No longer interested in some of the stuff that lacks the interoperability that's going to get us where we need to go. And the corollary to that is with the exponential increase in data and geospatial information, we've got to automate some of our data-driven approaches in order to get the speed with the same accuracy we've always enjoyed. So we need cloud services, as you might expect, to enable all this capability, and especially for supporting some of those disadvantaged users at the edge. And we can talk about that after my remarks. But one of the questions I frequently get asked is, how do we actually get that data out to the tactical edge and everywhere in between? Well, it takes a lot of bandwidth to do that. No secret to the smart people in the room. It's crucial to do it in a timely manner and to deliver it in the way that they need it. And we're doing okay with our current communication pipes. They're wide. They've performed Herculean delivery at a level that gives our warfighters advantage. But the deluge of data, especially with the increase of commercially available imagery in recent years, is forcing us to think bigger, faster, and better. And I'll just add to this commentary that it's no secret that some of our competitors would like to interdict our ability to deliver that data to our warfighters, especially those overseas. So that's where the concept we have developed for the future of GEOINT access and delivery comes into play. We call this the Joint Regional Edge Node, or JREN. JREN is intended to enhance our ability to effectively support our global enterprise everywhere all the time by widening those pipes and by creating a GEOINT content delivery network. Think Netflix that we all enjoy in our personal lives, but think critical decision-making data positioned, forward provisioned where it needs to be, giving us that resiliency and that responsiveness that we want to have around the globe. We currently operate and sustain 375 circuits, which includes a robust 100 gigabytes per second on our backbone, crossing those core sites. We can move more than 1 petabyte of data per day across nearly 250 operating locations. So, but it's not enough, and I'm not satisfied. And I'll tell you the phrase I use with my team, and you may have heard this before, we're always happy, but we should never be satisfied as we look forward to some of the potential challenges and conflicts that we have to contend with. Our IOC for JREN is currently planned for fiscal year 24, and our goal with JREN is to push further into the tactical tier to get GEOINT where it needs to be with those disadvantaged and disconnected users. Critical for those who are making those lethal decisions and who need it the most. More broadly across our portfolio, we've been working to create a more agile self-service environment where all of our customers, inside and outside NGA, can create those customized workflows and get their data and their products at the speed of need. So we've got a lot of work that we're involved in with off-the-shelf capabilities, products and services, especially for those built to operate in the cloud. We spend a good amount annually, $200 million in software renewals to go ahead and get us to that outcome. We're looking at a 5 to 10% growth rate for new buys annually, and that's including about 260 active software publishers. So we're really actively developing modern software through the development tools available to us, trying to stay in compliance with those security standards that I've talked about earlier, while streamlining the processes for implementation across all the domains that we have to cover. If I were to give you some categorical areas that we're keenly interested in, it would be data management and assurance, developing that training data for that CV, ML, AI continuum, and that includes synthetic data, executing algorithm management across all stages of algorithm development and execution, computer vision using space-based platforms, pushing that function as high up the data stream as we can, and integrating those capabilities not only into the NGA architecture, but integrating into the service architecture, the military services architecture. So what we need in the future is centered on many of those functional areas. So speaking of AI ML, let me shift to Project Maven a little bit. I know that's topical for many folks here. You're probably aware that we assumed operational control of the GEOINT lines of effort for Project Maven with the transfer from USD-INS to NGA completed in January 2023. And so just as background, Maven was launched in 2017 by then DepSecDef Bob Work to accelerate the department's integration of big data and to get those AI/ML outcomes that he was seeking in DoD programs. Largely existed as an experiment for a number of years. Presently, the only performant computer vision AI/ML capability in the DoD. Maven is positioned to rapidly deploy AI to meet DoD requirements for those real-time geospatial situational awareness needs that we all know that are continuous. Maven's going to integrate under my tenure, industry-leading technology that is developed by partners like you. It's going to deliver timely, accurate GEOINT detections at scale and speed where our warfighters and decision makers need it most. And we're going to get there, I am confident. We've placed emphasis on programmifying Maven, my word, and what that really means is putting the appropriate, not the heavy, but the appropriate level of rigor around it, so it has staying power, so that evolves out of that experiment space into the programmatic space so that we can scale this thing across our user base and across our partner base and operate that ecosystem that our warfighters in particular need so badly. So just a little bit about what's happening halfway across the country in St. Louis. You're probably aware that we're building a new headquarters in that city, investing deeply in the future GEOINT there. We're working to really enhance that thriving GEOINT ecosystem in the region, working with local officials, local government, nonprofits, and innovators in industry and academia. We want to make sure that when we open that new building in 2026, we've got a broad range of productive partnerships that are readily available for us from day one to sustain our momentum in technology integration. So there's going to be quite a hub of activity out there. One of the key resources we have out there is that Moonshot Labs facility right there downtown. We opened this in 2021, and it's our unclassified innovation hub and collaboration space, where our partners, our customers, and our NGA folks meet, create, collaborate, and innovate. For those of us who follow the leadership and management literature, and I know many of us do, you're aware that there is some descriptive and prescriptive prerequisites that folks believe and have learned are required to be in place as prerequisites for collaboration. I can proudly tell you that out at Moonshot Labs, we've got all that, and it's a fantastic facility. And so I invite you to join us out there at some time. We chose St. Louis to take advantage of that growing geospatial ecosystem and to really to capture our innovative spirit there. We're able to forge essential connections among all those creative minds that are out there, cleared and uncleared technologists, allied partners in academia, and that's how we're really betting to bring some of these novel solutions to our challenges. That inclusivity across a broad spectrum of professional and personal demographics is essential to us And we found over the last 2 years, operating this space that way has given us huge success. It really demonstrates NGA's commitment to driving innovation in the heartland of our country and to use the talent that is available there and here to combat our nation's toughest challenges. So some of the things we do there are of interest. I'll share some of those. We're enhancing operational readiness there by enabling access to those visionaries who apply specialized skill sets to our challenges. And Moonshot Labs is home to something that we call the Geodata Cell, part of the Geodata Cooperative out there, designed to modernize that foundation data production, leveraging the people and the skills that bring that to us. The environment there allows us to develop and apply and move innovative algorithms to get to that automation and machine learning capability. We're injecting high-performance compute into the facility out there so that we could really deliver. So through Moonshot Labs, we're attracting and developing highly skilled and diverse and inclusive people for our workforce very early in their career. Some of our partnerships reach down to the elementary school level, if you can believe that, which I think is phenomenal. So all of these activities, as you can see, kind of congeal into a very good package for me as the ADC and the CAE to drive towards some of these outcomes. There are a number of other things that I'm sure you'd be interested in, things that we do like cooperative research and development agreements, creatives, intermediary partnering agreements, and things that we can discuss in our dialogue to follow. I think most interesting to you perhaps is the NGA Accelerator, a function that we operate out there that allows us to enable small businesses to come in and develop their technology in partnership with us. Some of those accelerator opportunities have resulted in grants and funding. And so we've been able to award to accelerator graduates over $2.5 million in follow-on funding from NGA to mature their technologies and to get those things, where they can make a difference in the competitive space that we're in. So you can see from these examples that we understand the importance of innovation and partnership. The takeaways from Moonshot Labs for us have been invaluable. Here's the key takeaway I want to convey to you. What we're really trying to do with Moonshot Labs and some of these initiatives is lower the barrier of entry into the GEOINT ecosystem for new and emerging partners in particular, by employing some different approaches here to discovery, by fostering some of the influence and collaboration that we want to have, and shaping the potential acquisition of those technologies. Not freelancing it, right? Because that doesn't stick. So we also are able to partner with some folks over at the Pentagon. The National Security Innovation Network, NSIN for short, is a trusted partner in Moonshot Labs, and they've been enabling us to grant tens of thousands of dollars in some of these competitive Scrum Fest type things that we conduct out there. And it's been super beneficial to our partners and to the agency. I want to highlight to you that in August, Moonshot Labs is going to host what we're calling an IC Innovation Summit. The 2023 summit is going to bring together members across the IC and the DoD to discuss some of the things I've been sharing with you today, focusing on sharing some of those best practices, reducing duplication of effort, and strengthening our whole of government and whole of nation approach to this. So with the help of that community and that ecosystem we've built out there, we believe we're going to get to the outcomes that we really want to have. So that's a lot. I shared a lot with you. But it's clear that the future is bright for us across the opportunities that we've cultivated here in the National Capital Region in St. Louis. We think that this range of relationships is going to help us drive to get to the speed of decision and bring that GEOINT to the decision makers that need it. Given the global strategic environment, this really is a national security imperative. Drew and I discussed a few times the urgency of this situation. It's no longer what we should do. It's really what we must do. Because as you look out at that competitive landscape, there really is reason for concern. It's evolved in front of us. We're in that era of strategic competition. And that competition with our near-peer competitors, China and Russia, poses a direct threat to our security, to our freedom, to our prosperity, to our very way of life. And if we don't act now, at some point this becomes existential for the nation. I want to drive home that point with you. The bottom line is that at NGA we're working across multiple avenues to discover and assess the leading edge technology we're going to need to do this. Our goal is really to maximize the integration of available, viable commercial products and services first and foremost where they are available. Of course, I want to ensure the integrity and the security of those capabilities, but we're looking for the game-changing capabilities, the differentiating capabilities, as I often describe them to my team. And those strong government and industry partners are super essential to us realizing these goals. So thanks so much for joining me here today. I'm going to wrap up and go into, I hope, a good dialogue. I want to leave you with a final thought. We are a nation of champions. And a key part of our championship team is right here in this room today. Know that. But here's what I really want you to hear. True champions don't rest on their laurels, right? True champions don't perpetually bask in their accolades. True champions are always focusing on the next competition. And professional athletes always watch the tapes. So I want you to walk away from here with a philosophy that does not view critical thinking as a downer. It's not going dark. We've got to watch the tapes. We've got to look for those opportunities, look for the gaps in our defense, look for the opportunities in the offense, and focus our energy wholly on becoming stronger, faster, and better to win this. Thanks.
Phil, we've been getting a lot of great questions coming in on these question cards that are on your table. We'll try to get through as many as possible, and I'll start off with one that's about Moonshot Labs for you. And it says, Moonshot Labs is intended to identify new and novel technologies. Is that effort yielding some technology breakthroughs, and can you provide some examples?
Yeah, sure. Some of the examples that I've seen out there are handheld imaging capabilities that enable us to do automated labeling as you scan, let's say, a room or terrain or things like that. In fact, that technology was one of our accelerator partners that is moving forward in developing their capability further. You could imagine for a moment how that might feed into the CV AI/ML ecosystem, because one of the foundational capabilities that is prerequisite to doing that is, having that data, that labeled data available. So that's just one example of what we've seen out there. A number of the academic partnerships have also been fruitful. There's a lot of engagement with HBCU out there, and we're finding brilliant young college students measuring, Arctic, climate change impacts, a priority for the administration. So a lot of mind power being brought to bear. One of the challenges is it's the front door, right? So the resources that we apply there are intended to mature those things to a level where we can operationalize them.
Great. Another question asked, there are commercial solutions ready today that meet many of the challenges facing NGA and the intelligence community. How is NGA changing its acquisition strategy to better leverage existing tech rather than trying to build new? And then how is NGA coordinating internally to avoid duplication across the agency?
Yeah, that's a great question, thanks. So, we're compelled to consider commercial solutions first and foremost, right? The idea of embarking upon a developmental activity when it's not required is a waste of time and money, in my opinion. But there are statutes, there are regulations and policies that compel us to do that, and we do it habitually. Some of the challenges that we want to tackle, we believe, are being worked on in industry, particularly in that computer vision, ML, AI space. So my focus on industry for those technologies is heavy and it's critical. A lot of those exposures are happening through our industry engagement team. We just had one this week. And where we're able to inject those commercial technologies into a comprehensive end-to-end that gets us to the outcomes that we need, we do that. There are a few instances where there are not integration requirements. I've not yet seen a turnkey solution that gives me the end-to-end capability. If you have that, take my business card before I leave today. So I think, in partnership with industry, we want to have those clear-eyed discussions that I haven't seen that nirvana out there yet for complete technology solution, but I recognize that the building blocks are out there, and that's the approach that I'm taking to do this, and that's the acquisition approach that we're taking. Best of class from any industry partner, differentiating technology, stuff that our adversaries do not have access to.
Do you think there's further opportunity to use more public, private, and safety use cases as training data, for example, forest fires, illegal fishing?
As we kind of scale this broad computer vision effort, we found that it's most useful, it's most effective and efficient, to focus on some of those object classes that are most important to, particularly the military mission, right? Because in the end, MAVEN is a DoD-funded capability. In the end, it is the sensor-to-shooter conundrum that we're trying to solve there. And so in that context, there are very specific object classes that we focus on, as you might expect. But ultimately, I absolutely think there will be opportunities to drift into that other space where, public-private partnerships and, HADR, humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, particularly in the homeland context, will be important to us. Just understand where we are in the movie and how we are beginning to, grow in scope and scale.
Another question asked, how do we operationalize AI/ML into our workflows, and how does it show up?
Yeah, so that's a good question as well. We were talking about this a little bit before we kicked off here. So at NGA, we have two related but distinct efforts going on with CV AI/ML. MAVEN I spoke about a little bit, and I will describe to you again MAVEN as a DoD-focused capability, right? It is a set of capabilities that we believe is most closely aligned to our combat support agency roles and responsibilities as an agency. That means we are focusing MAVEN on time-sensitive targeting and sensor-to-shooter issues, compressing what presently takes hundreds of minutes into potentially single-digit minutes, so that we can execute those find, fix, and finish cycles before our competitors leave or depart the target area, right? We want to get rid of those things that would do us harm. And so we operationalize the capabilities in that space through our super productive engagement we have with key partners like 18th Airborne Corps down at Fort Bragg, and a series of exercises in a representative environment that's been created down there called Scarlet Dragon. I think we're maybe on the 6th or 7th iteration, I can't remember. These were initiated by then Lieutenant General Eric Kurilla, who is now the commander of U.S. Central Command, but have been carried on by Lieutenant General Donahue down there. And there is opportunity down there as well, for potential partners to showcase technologies. But we're operationalizing it in that space through experimentation with a military partner who, in fact, took some of these technologies to Europe under the banner of our monitoring of the Ukraine crisis. On the IC side, we have in our analytic directorate what we call Analytic Workflow Modernization, AMOD, and they're leveraging computer vision, machine learning, and AI for what I would describe as our traditional 12, 24, 36-hour analytic and production cycles, not necessarily with that laser focus on combat support, but with a focus on dealing with that deluge of data that is coming with the new constellation of capabilities that we're delivering for the nation. So the analysts are using that now, right? So it's getting operationalized within our analytic directorate, and they are using these capabilities in their existing workflows.
Thanks. You just mentioned support for the Ukraine situation, and there's a question, what potentially lasting advances in GeoInt tradecraft have arisen from our experiences the last year with the Ukraine war?
I think if you track the weather in Ukraine, and we look at it every morning at the Ops Intel briefing, you would conclude very quickly that we've got a heavy reliance on non-EO imaging systems to see what's happening there. So I wouldn't call that an epiphany, but our reliance on some of the radar capabilities, kind of has been driven home. In that regard, working to support the crisis with the reasonable information by, with, and through the combatant commander has led us, again, to emphasize the speed to need issue, right? Being able to resolve activities for situational awareness, understanding, what the requirements are to resolve for targeting, and to support the combatant command in Europe with those needs has been a learning experience in terms of, again, the pieces and the parts that we need to stitch together technologically into a workflow that saves us those timelines. I think that I've learned in capability development that even with the most exquisite systems, if we cannot get the data where it needs to be in time, we spend a lot of money and a lot of effort on something that isn't necessarily meeting the needs of the warfighter. So a lot of warfighter lessons learned that will carry forward as we try to be good stewards of Maven.
Great. Hey, back to, well, one, we have a lot of small businesses in the room, and this is a small business flavored question, and it says, what do you think of CMMC 2.0's initial efforts to offset the cost of compliance for small business? Is it enough as we prepare for the rollout of the CMMC 2.0?
Yeah, well, I mean, only you can determine if it's enough help, right? Because that's those are business decisions on your side, I think, to some extent. But I think that we have great partnerships with mid and large sized businesses, and some of those partners are in the room now. And there is significant space in our mission and our development activities for those partners. I also recognize the place on that continuum for our small business partners, right? Some of the most game-changing innovations, some of the differentiating capabilities often come out of those those startups and the small businesses. So in terms of advocacy and support for you being able to compete on a more level playing field, we certainly at NGA support that. We're bound, of course, by the statutes and the regulations that govern how we conduct our business. But I'm pleased to see that that the U.S. government, the federal government, are understanding the nature of the problem and helping to bring those partnerships into full fruition.
With the RFI from NGA seeking data fabric mesh market capabilities, is NGA thinking about geophysical data collection with augmented reality data collection assistance to ensure data quality?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and ask my team about that one. The augmented reality piece is an intriguing aspect that I don't know how deeply we've explored that. But I will, whoever asked that question, give me your card, please, and I will. I'll pose that to my DDI team, and I'll get you an answer. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Are you doing anything with augmented reality that you're?
Well, we're doing stuff with it, but I'm not quite sure that we're exploring augmented reality, to augment, data labeling and things like that, if I understood the question correctly. But augmented reality plays a significant role in some soft circles where, they're doing pre-mission rehearsals and stuff, and that is geo-intensive. When we put on the goggles and look at the urban environment, for example, and that level of detail is really essential, particularly to special operations forces. So we do that, and we are connected to, the military folks at Fort Bragg that are customers of that.
Here's one back to the subject of AI. And sort of putting that in context and some of the strengths and weaknesses of AI. How can agencies such as NGA prepare in the decision domain for the unknown unknown? So much emphasis in AI is focused on analysis and prediction based on past events and outcomes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interest, I think, in government and society on what, leaders like OpenAI are doing, right? We're all looking at ChatGPT and how that's kind of maturing as a useful and scary technology. So we talk about this within the agency in the context of broadening our pursuit of AI/ML beyond computer vision and the targeting realm, right? So you could kind of imagine future scenarios where, as these tools, regardless of whether they become sentient or not and want to come to work is not my worry, right? But as these tools learn and gather and understand patterns, even patterns that might not be discernible to an analyst, as an analyst reads reporting, our expectation is that the combination of CV, DTEX, as well as the analytical reporting and the volumes and volumes of data upon which these tools can base their learning, we do think we're going to evolve into a place where we kind of have a collision of GeoInt AI/ML and analytic AI/ML and some of that ChatGPT sort of stuff that will really be able to predict things that a human analyst perhaps hasn't thought of, perhaps due to experience or exposure and so forth. And I wouldn't discount our human analysts at any turn of this journey, but the capacity of the data, right, is going to be a factor at some point. And so those petabytes and petabytes and petabytes of GeoInt data and analytic data that the machines are going to be able to handle for us lead us to conclude that at some point we will be merging these technologies into a comprehensive capability that does that sort of thing for us. It's kind of exciting and scary at the same time. It's pretty fun. I don't know if you've ever used a tool to write a paper or something. It's pretty amazing at what it comes up with.
Okay. I also wanted to shift. We have two questions here that are similar. And basically, they're both talking about attracting and developing a skilled workforce. So one reads, what is NGA doing to attract and develop and retain the skilled workforce it needs? And the other elaborates that on a little bit and then says, should we consider replacing traditional analysts with more technologically intelligent individuals? Anyhow, what should the balance be between, I guess, more traditional analysts and the data scientists?
Yeah.
And the teaming that has to go on there?
Yeah, that's a
and
minefield.
how do you attract them and hire them and keep them?
That's a bit of a minefield, but I'll tackle it. Let me do the first one first, with the first one first, right? This year we commenced our first internship program for high schoolers here at NCE, which was absolutely an amazing experience for me to be involved in. I had my two godsons down in Stafford, Virginia apply. They didn't make the cut, unfortunately, but they're twins, and so it was kind of hard because I kind of said it was a package deal. If they took one, they had to take both. But these are young kids. My godsons are in advanced STEM programs down there in the Virginia school system, and to witness the talent that we have at those young, ripe ages is absolutely amazing. The other amazing part is the how service resonates with young people. There's a lot of folklore out there, I think, that that distracts us, and we talk about generational proclivities and all that. Certainly, it was a refreshing experience to me to see that we were committing to the program, but the response was amazing. So I will tell you that the HD folks, human development folks at NGA, have this as a top priority to recruit that fresh talent, right? As an organization of 10,000 plus, 16,000, depending upon how you count it and where you count it, we've got the normal percentage of churn in the agency, and we think that's okay. The real goal is to ensure that the churn, the normal churn of the agency, is habitually backfilled, with fresh, hungry, high-performing talent. And what's going on here and what's going on in St. Louis is heavily focused on that. Our recruitment via what we call the ambassador program is very active at colleges and universities that have the type of talent we're seeking. And there's probably 3 or 4 other initiatives, at different levels that are driving us to stay on top of that cutting edge talent. So let me drift into the other question, which is a little more prickly. We definitely need data scientists, and we definitely need technologists and engineers. I am a person who has, worked technology, but, my education and background, other than a certificate in systems management from USC, is liberal arts. I'm a Soviet and East European Studies graduate of Rutgers University, right? So put that in your pipe and smoke it. I believe because at many of these professional development experience I've been lucky enough to have through the government, when you listen to industry and government leaders, you do realize that it is the diversity of thought in that OPT, IPT, whatever you want to call it, that actually uncovers the real innovative solutions. Looking at the problem through a lens that might not be an engineering lens has frequently over history come up with outcomes that might not have been achievable previously. So as the Associate Director for Capabilities, who leads the technology, I'm compelled to advocate for engineers and data scientists, and I've got plenty of space for that, and I really need those folks, and we're getting them. There's a lot of those people that want to be part of our mission. I would never exclude or diminish the value of a broad swath of talent in the agency, because as an intelligence agency, I don't think we're, because it's a human business, right? We're dealing with the activities of human beings and what they decide and when they decide these things. I think the machines will enable us to be better, faster, more accurate. But as the old adage goes, the enemy always gets a vote. And some of our enemies are erratic, and some of them require a different level of insight that that's difficult to discern through technical means. So I think as in all things, the graduate level answer is there's a balance required, right? And we were just talking about this at the admiral's level just last week, where he was of the same mind that we've seen Herculean outcomes from across the entire spectrum of technology people and non-technology people, and I wouldn't want to mortgage that on a whim.
Well, thank you.
This year we have $40,000 worth of scholarships for undergraduate and master's students pursuing careers in the intelligence community. So if you know any young folks in undergraduate or graduate school who are interested in working in the intelligence community, please check that out on our foundation website. And then finally, something bittersweet that I want to bring to your attention is Larry Hanauer, INSA's VP for Policy, after 6.5 years with the organization, is moving on to work for one of our member companies, which we've told him they need to upgrade after his first year there. That's beside the point, though. But in Larry's capacity as our VP for Policy, he really has been a leading voice for policy-driven solutions to the clearance reform process, as well as shepherding dozens of white papers on clearance reform, insider threat, and cyber risk and vulnerabilities. He authored op-eds, produced countless panels, and moderated dozens of virtual and in-person programs. Larry likes to say that he has a face for radio when he was first kicking off our WTOP series. But most importantly, he's been a wonderful colleague who has a very high capacity and ability to multitask. He's thoughtful and generous with his time and always open to new ideas. He's mentored countless numbers of INSA interns who are all looking for jobs in the intelligence community. Larry, again, is moving on to join a member company, but please join me for a moment or two while Larry joins us on stage for some brief remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say a brief thank you and then give a little bit of an overview of some work that INSA is doing and will continue doing after my departure, which is at the end of today. So I've had a terrific time over the last 6.5 years working with INSA members, with government officials, with Hill staff, with all of you on a wide range of events, council projects, white papers, any number of projects. And it's really been an enriching experience. INSA is a terrific organization, and it's really driven by you, our members and stakeholders, because we could not share the expertise that is resident in this community without your active involvement. So we really do appreciate your attendance at events like this one, your engagement in councils, which I'll encourage you to do by giving you a little bit of details of some of the projects that are going on, and just your continued engagement with the organization. So thank you. Some of the things that I've been able to do, that INSA has been able to accomplish on behalf of our members and on industry, is doing some outreach to Congress, where we helped secure some critical provisions over the years on things like getting security clearances for enterprise personnel who don't bill to a specific contract. We helped secure passage and then renewal of Section 3610 of the CARES Act, the pandemic relief bill that helped contractors get paid even when they couldn't send workers into the SCIF because of health and safety reasons. So that was a really critical accomplishment. And we've helped build a lot of public awareness of some of the issues that underlie the intelligence community's functioning through Hill outreach, through media outreach. As Suzanne said, we've done a number of op-eds, I've done a number of media interviews, just to build awareness of how the intelligence community functions and really what the business of the intelligence community is like, because without progress on issues like efficient acquisition, an efficient security clearance process, the ability to get innovative technology and small companies engaged in the intelligence community, then the things that people think about when they think about intelligence work really can't get done. So we've been working somewhat behind the scenes on the more administrative issues about how the intelligence community works to make it more effective and efficient, and to make sure that industry is able to support government agencies more effectively. So again, we're passing on a lot of your knowledge and expertise through the things that we can produce, and so we appreciate your active engagement. Let me just give a brief overview of a couple of council projects that you may want to be aware of and may even want to participate in or encourage colleagues to participate in. Our Security Policy Reform Council, SPRC, which focuses mostly on personnel and security clearance issues, has focused a lot on the Trusted Workforce 2.0 initiative, the government's initiative to make the clearance process more effective and efficient. We're holding a virtual event on March 20th on this issue with speakers from OMB, from DCSA, and from industry. So please check our website. You can register online for that. That event is gratis. But if you and your colleagues are interested in the state of the personnel reform initiative that the government is undertaking, you can learn a lot from that event. We've also done some work on facility clearances, tempest, shielding issues. We have a working group focused on that, trying to make sure that agencies develop consistent regulations and requirements for SCIF construction, so that agencies don't spend extra time or extra money meeting requirements that aren't really requirements. So we're making some progress there. Our Insider Threat Group is coming out in the next few weeks with several white papers on issues like the best ways to address insider threat analysis during corporate mergers, and also a comparison of the government's adjudicative guidelines and the ways that commercial companies vet their own employees. Somehow or another, there are a lot of technology companies out there that don't do work for the government that manage to hire people without making them wait 12 months for security vetting. So there are probably some lessons to be learned there, and we hope that this paper will elucidate some of them. Our Cyber Council, which focuses on a wide range of issues related to cybersecurity, is coming out with a paper on offensive cyber that I think will be very interesting. We have a relatively new council focused on justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. It is the JEDI Council, and they are focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives across the community in both government and industry. They're going to produce some op-eds and papers focused particularly on the importance of inclusion in large organizations, whether government or industry. So if you or colleagues are interested in helping discuss issues related to DEIA and promote more active policies and programs on DEIA, please feel free to get engaged in that council. Our legal roundtable is very active. Our chair, Jerry Howe, is here in the audience, I believe. There he is in the center. And we just hosted a discussion a week or two ago on the reauthorization of Section 702, which is coming up at the end of this year. That is the critical legal authority used by the government for surveillance. There are a lot of civil liberties concerns. The debates on Capitol Hill, I think, will get quite animated over the course of the year before the legislation needs to be reauthorized. So we had a great discussion on that. We also recently had the Defense Department General Counsel for a small group meeting. So if you are an attorney or if you have attorneys at your company that may benefit from some legal insights and some networking with other lawyers, please let us know and we can get them engaged in that forum. And then finally, of course, there's the Technology and Innovation Council led by Teresa Smetzer and Saber Horn, who produce terrific events like this. So thank you again for taking part. If you are interested in taking part in any of these council events or projects, please let me or any of the other INSA team members know, and we'll be happy to get you or your colleagues engaged. So thank you again. Like I said, it's been a great 6.5 years. I've enjoyed working with all of you. I've enjoyed working with the terrific INSA team, including roughly 40 or so interns over the years, including the 6 working now, who I think, as Suzanne might have mentioned, are looking for jobs. So please seek them out if you can. But it's been a great team and a great tenure, and so I look forward to working with you all in a new capacity. Thanks.
And Larry, we look forward to your subject matter expertise benefiting INSA just without a paycheck in the future. So first up, I am pleased to have with us today Josh Marcuse, Director of Strategic Initiatives for Google Public Sector. He is going to kick off our Ignite rounds this morning. So welcome, Josh.
This is great. They told me that I needed to finish by about 2 o'clock. I think that'll be fine. But there's no questions, so it's just to be subjected to whatever I want to do to you. But I am going to set a timer because there's 2 more impressive speakers after me, and I want to make sure we have time for them. So let's start with this. We're at an emerging technology conference. Let's give a little warm up. By show of hands, who wants their organization to be more innovative, whatever that means to you? Right. Every hand's up. Who doesn't? Let's make it more interesting. Who's everyone here is like, I'm not interested? Okay, we've got a handful of them. Great. So, and then another popular trope of the speaking circuit. Who believes that culture in your organization is a barrier to your achieving your innovation goals? Right, like everybody, right? Culture's, I love this guy, like 2 hands up, right? Like if I had more than 2 hands, I'd raise them all. And who here thinks that innovation theater is a problem? Okay. So that's the trap that I want us to explore, right? It's very hard to want to be innovative, have a culture that supports it, and yet think that one of the biggest threats to success is innovation theater. And I was asked to give a talk beyond innovation theater, and the more that I prepared for this talk, it sort of became in defense of innovation theater, which I think is going to be a little bit more interesting for us. But of course, the answer at the end is always going to be it's somewhere in between. Isn't that convenient? But let me start with saying why innovation theater isn't all bad. I think that there's a sense that we think that this is a conspiracy to waste our organization's resources, or even more precious, our innovation's time. I think there's a very real danger that it was perceived as a sort of substitute or panacea for the real thing, and we all really need to get it right, and so there's a worry that this is activity that will take the place of actual progress, and of course that could be a concern. But I think what really worries me is that the efforts that we as leaders need to undertake to shape a culture that embraces innovation may be incompatible with the steps that we need to take to stamp out innovation theater. Because from the perspective of your workers or your industry partners or whoever it is that you think is responsible for the innovation theater conspiracy, it is very difficult for them to receive the subtle nuance of your message of a leader, which is that you embrace disruption, but just not this particular disruption. You want a culture in which people are allowed to do things new and different and explore and embrace emerging technology, but certain times those activities are not real, and therefore they're theater and should be eliminated, and other times they are real and they are encouraged. And by the way, we know that you need to have psychological safety in order to do that, and you may not be able to understand the distinction that your boss sees, and your boss may be changing over time and there are other pressures, but it's very difficult for the people in your organization that have either been given obligation by you to deliver new things, innovative things, or more likely, they've taken it upon themselves to be the change agents that are leaning into and trying to drive that themselves. And now they have to worry about navigating this shifting boundary between what is the good innovation and what is merely maligned as just theater. And to make it more interesting, like when we go to Broadway, there's not just one theater on Broadway, right, folks? Right? We also know there's some other theaters out there. There is Accountability Theater. Have any of you ever been to that show? There's Security Theater, which is probably something INSA talks about all the time, right? Like, I couldn't have been hacked because I checked all the boxes on my checklist. I must be secure. How well did that work out for you? So why is innovation theater the subject of a talk, and accountability theater and security theater and all the other theaters are not? There's something about innovation theater that pisses us off more than the others. And what I want to ask is, why the double standard? Now, I spent 15 years in DoD, and I have never seen a quote-unquote innovation program or unit or team or project that did not get an awful lot of attention and inspection, and sometimes a little extra IG reporting and some other things as well. And yet, to walk down the hall to find the innovation office, how many doors did I walk past that had Nunn-McCurdy breaches, billions of dollars of wasted money, all kinds of stuff that doesn't function, responsive to requirements that are 5 years old and never met a user? I mean, it's not as if we don't have dysfunction everywhere. We do. But if you call it innovative, you have a target. So there's something about innovation theater that bothers us more than all the other types of theater. And is that on the players on the stage of the theater, or is that on us as the audience? We got to ask ourselves that question. So let me lay out what I think are the benefits of innovation theater before we can all agree to take it down and talk about the problems. We can all agree on the problems. But what are the benefits? First of all, it is a form of cognitive rehearsal. We are asking our individuals in our organizations and asking our organizations and asking our processes to do new things. Sometimes doing it in a way that feels a little bit less risky is a form of cognitive rehearsal that sensitizes the organization to the new practices and the new processes. And it is lower risk than doing it with a multi-billion-dollar program or a program where there are lives on the line. So some of the time that we're doing something that may be maligned later on or even during as being purely performative or just for theater is actually a really important form of useful practice. And when we call it a war game or a tabletop exercise, that is a perfectly acceptable use of government funds. It is a perfectly acceptable use of time, but we don't think about innovation exercises as being acceptable. And maybe we should. Maybe there's a certain amount of innovation theater that is just necessary for our organizations to move from doing the things we've always done to the things that we aspire to do. Second, imitating change is a form of training and preparing for the real thing. It's like a live fire exercise. It's actually good for us to practice the behaviors and develop the connections and understand the stakeholders and the ways in which they need to work together. So I think there's an actual form of trying before you buy, that working through, and I'm not sure how well defined it is, but working through a kind of emergent competency model, a maturation model of driving towards greater enterprise acceptance of continuous change. And some of the things that are perceived as that, whether it's hackathons or prize contests or open challenges, or the things that are easy to say are like not really driving mission. Some of these things are actually really useful for surfacing where there's friction points, where there's pain points, where there's tensions, where there's disconnects, where there's imbalances, where there's not resources that need to be available for transitions, where requirements need to be adjusted, where there are processes that are too slow to be able to meet the need of keeping up with certain processes that are a faster pace, where there are impedance mismatches. Some of these things are actually useful opportunities for exploring gaps and weaknesses. And maybe if we mined the innovation theater experiences for those insights and used them as a way to discover weaknesses to be corrected, we would get more value. And instead of seeing it as, again, something that is theater and that is performative and that is not real and that is a form of pretend or make-believe, actually becomes a way of eliminating problems and creating opportunities. And the last thing, and I sort of implied this, is these are really important cultural signifiers. It may be that it feels fake or not real to some, but to others, participating in these kinds of activities together is the richest form of bonding, connecting, and team building that they will experience at work. And it's easy to say that we don't want to do trust falls and workshops and the namby-pamby airy-fairy stuff, but at the same time, do we have a recruiting crisis? Yes. Do we have a retention crisis? Yes. Do we have doubts that the work environment and the culture that we've created is conducive to the successive generations that are in this workplace and that are coming after them? Do we have doubts about that? Yes, we do. We have well-founded, well-documented fears that our organizations and our institutions are not well situated to accommodate where the people we most want to attract and retain want to work. And I can't tell you how silly it seems to me to have foosball tables and beanbag chairs and all these things in government offices, but guess what? I work at Google, and I think those things are ridiculous at Google also. But it doesn't mean that they don't serve a purpose. And it could be the case that there's a intrinsic and hard to measure psychological benefit of walking past the ping pong table on your way to your workstation every day. I have no eye-hand coordination. I've never played ping pong in my life. I don't plan to start. Really, I have too much to do that I can do in my day, and I mostly just want to sit at my desk and send emails. However, walking through a physical space that is designed to make those who occupy the space feel like they have permission to take time away from their work, to think differently, to have different kinds of meetings, to have, the signifiers of this saying, we're setting this space apart. We want you to feel different in this space. We want you to think differently. We encourage these behaviors. Maybe that form of theater is very important. And maybe it's actually worth noting that the creators of the very ideas of democracy were also avid theater goers. And they invented concepts of catharsis that was right alongside in their society things as important as demos. For them, attending the theater together was fundamental to how democracy was practiced in ancient Greece. And the most important political philosophers of their age also were playwrights. So maybe it's actually the case that even if we don't always get the immediate value of innovation theater, maybe there's other important cultural work that's being done in the innovation theater by putting on those plays, by attending those plays, by setting aside time and space in our organization to have reverence, not contempt for that. So at the end of the day, a lot of activity without results is obviously problematic. And my biggest fear is not actually that it's wasted time or wasted money, but that there's a political desire to say that the box-checking exercise of permitting a little bit of performative theater on the side lets us off the hook of doing the hard work. The real danger of innovation theater is not wasted time, money, and energy. The real danger is it is a substitute for the real thing when the real thing is badly needed. That is something that I think is a real threat to our organizational mission. But the problem there isn't that you have too much theater, it's that you have not enough. And that is a really interesting paradox to wrestle with. If the issue is that it's purely performative, stamping it out creates a cultural environment in which you don't get any of the things you really need. So what I would suggest instead is that innovation theater isn't a problem. It's just an immature expression of passion. It just requires training. It requires investment. It requires protection. You have to channel that energy and that aspiration into something productive and constructive. But instead, what I see a lot of leaders doing is the opposite, which is they're like, that's a bunch of BS. I don't have time for that. I don't want to participate in that. I don't want you to participate in that. But I want you to be innovative, and I want your ideas, and I want you to feel psychological safety, just not in that way. I'm like, obviously, that doesn't work. So let's talk about what does work. Portfolio approaches to grouping together comparable and similar activities and balancing them in a portfolio is a really good way of balancing risk and measuring risk and having things that are perceived as being disruptive or innovative compete against each other rather than forcing them to compete against the too big to fail massive programs in your organization. So the challenge I have is if there's an accepted way of doing something in the organization, it has a constituency, it has companies that depend on it, and a massive install base, they have a whole legacy, political infrastructure around protecting it, making sure that thing continues. And people's jobs depend on it, their budget depends on it. Asking a very small group of people with a new idea to assail that pillar of your organization sets them up to fail. But instead, if you find ways to create structures in time and space for the new ideas to compete with each other, for resources that are set aside and apart from those, you're creating a place where they can be nurtured and where they can be incubated. And you're also creating a competitive environment in which the innovation theater naturally falls to the bottom of the pool without you having to be the one to go after it. So creating space and budget and time and permission to incubate a lot of different things at once is a really good way of creating space for new and different things, and creating a space where new and different people feel welcome and at home. It is also a really good way of bureaucracy hacking. And my friend Nick Sinai wrote a great book, Hacking Your Bureaucracy, which I would all recommend. All of these new things that are trying to be created are constantly trying to be suffocated by everything else that is around them. And that is just a reality of the psychological state of the people in your organization that you need to have empathy for, right? Like, it may not appear this way to you, but for them to even get on this innovation theater stage, they've had to fight their way to get there. And I think bureaucracy hacking is a bit scary. Like, hacking in general is probably not the right verb to use at INSA. But instead, I think something more palatable might be bureaucracy coping. Right? Every organization needs to have some way to have a little bit of release and relief from the structures they put in place. And there's a reason for this. There's two types of organizations. There's execution organizations and there's exploration organizations. And this comes right out of Clayton Christensen's work. It's 50 years of social science on this. It's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to get organizations that have over decades become optimized for efficiency, execution, and quality to also at the same time be able to learn and do new things. And that is why we see these things split apart in industry, split apart in academia, split apart in the Silicon Valley, where my company was born, and it has to be split apart in government, and it has to be split apart in the intelligence community. And it's not to say that we don't want these things to scale over time. Of course we do. But it's very difficult to have the mindset of execution and exploration at the same time. So one of the things that really helps when you create a portfolio of managing risk and a portfolio of combining like things is that it is, if not bureaucracy hacking, it's at least a method of bureaucracy coping. And that bureaucracy coping mechanism can help you lift the things that are not theater but are true successes into the mainstream. And that act of lifting those things into the mainstream is the crucial role of senior leaders, who themselves need not be innovative or disruptive, but they have to be able to do two things. They have to be able to create space for new things, and they have to recognize when the new things have legitimate value and create a pathway to lifting them out of the exploration context and moving them into the execution context. And this process, I'm not going to get into in detail, but lean startup methodology, which has been given life in the intelligence community through the ICOR methodology, which is taught to thousands of people at NSA, is a really, really effective methodology for figuring out what are the things that have real value and how do we move them into a pipeline that can scale them. Something else that I think is really important is that in a culture that says that you cannot fail, you at least need to be able to learn. Like, I don't want to chip away at your culture that says that failure is not an option, because I do believe the trope that lives have been saved by people believing deep in their heart that failure is not an option. But I also believe that you will fail if you cannot learn. And a culture in which you cannot fail is also a culture in which at least the institution cannot learn. So for this portfolio of new ideas and new starts, what you need to do is not define success metrics. You have to define learning metrics, velocity metrics, experimentation metrics. There needs to be the rigor of measurement. I'm not against measurement. You need to have the rigor of measurement, but you have to measure the things that are going to lead to the innovative outcomes. And this is a classic problem of the first plane and the first car, right? Like the first vehicles, they were not faster than horses, but they got there eventually. And if we always compare well, the early prototypes of the thing, whatever. The early computers were not better or faster than typewriters, or whatever analogy you want to use. But you have to have a set of metrics that are unique to recognizing you're trying to bring something new into the world. And it won't always successfully compete against the things that exist, but over a period of years, it will leapfrog by orders of magnitude the things that exist today. And failure to do that is an embrace of technical debt. Let me say that again. Failure to invest in things that are not currently meeting your standard and requirement means you are committing to using the things you have now forever. And if I asked you if you wanted to do that, you would all agree that was a bad idea. But the opposite of doing that is placing lots of bets. And if we compare new things to the existing things, what we're saying is we are writing a blank check to those existing vendors to have an infinite amount of accumulating technical debt forever, to which they will never be held accountable. And that is where this innovation theater and accountability theater comes into conflict with each other. Because there's a lot of things that we do today that appear safe, but are not safe. They look like the right thing to do, but that's because we're really, really good, and I'll close with this, we're really, really good at measuring errors of commission. And we have very few ways to measure errors of omission. So we get really, really good at managing our organizations to making sure that nobody makes a mistake. But by not moving forward, we are making terrible, terrible mistakes all the time. And the angle at which emerging technology is exploding everywhere outside of our government, and the angle at which progress is slowly being made in government, defines the difference. And if we don't move ourselves onto that curve of more rapid change, we make it harder and harder for ourselves to catch up. And then when we can't catch up fast enough, then some event occurs where we have to pay that technical debt bill all at once. And I won't use intelligence community examples, but if anyone is looking at, there we go. If anyone has saw the headlines about Southwest Airlines or the FAA or some of these other, civilian agencies or commercial companies, you know what it's like to wake up one morning and be the leader who's sitting on top of a giant cavern of technical debt. And so to think that it's not risky to stick with where you are is really a dangerous error. And I think that there's a real possibility that investing in things that may on the surface look like innovation theater in smarter and smarter ways helps us identify and eliminate some of the risks that may be hard to measure, but would absolutely still be very lethal. So the next time someone invites you to an apathon, a hackathon, a pitch contest, playing with sticky notes, as my friend Sabra and I love to do, don't immediately dismiss it. Instead, try to understand where there is the value in the performance and figure out how to create more of that value for your organization, because your organization really needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh, for kicking us off. It's now my pleasure to welcome Kim Lynch, Executive Vice President at Oracle, to the stage, who's going to talk about advanced analytics on the edge. Kim?
And thank you, Josh. That was fantastic, and it's always so good to see you again. And I think right where you left off is where I want to pick up, that emerging technology. How do we take what innovation we see across industry and apply it into our world? And how can we use that to help with this innovation theater challenge that Josh so well just laid out for us? That really, why don't we take things that are existing in other spaces, that are successful, that we know work, and apply them to the challenges that we deal with every day? So where Phil took us this morning, too, was a great setup for what I'm going to talk about. He really talked about some of the challenges that we have and how the competitive space, he talked about, I think he used the frame, dominant cognitive domain, and how playing on the field, those who make decisions fast win. So I want to take us into a little bit of a visual here. Imagine yourself snug in the bucket of an F1 race car. You hear the engines roaring, tires going, the smell of that, your adrenaline is racing, and you sitting there in that seat, you think about, how am I going to win this race? What is going to be my differentiator? And the surprising answer is actually data. So data is what is the difference between you being able to win and beat your adversaries, and how you make a decision quickly. We know in our world that's a very similar challenge. We see across the military domains and the intelligence community the deluge of data that Phil also talked about this morning, and having to make those decisions so quickly in a matter of seconds. This is something that our peer adversaries have focused on as well, and they're co-opting that technology from their industry very quickly. So how do we, as a community, as all members of an environment, work together to bring what we see in the commercial sector is working successfully into the government? So we know decision advantage is key. We talked about that this morning. We see it all the time. And the contemporary battle space, we see the sensors, the explosion of data, the data deluge problem that we've talked about really complicates for individuals how to make decisions so quickly and how the information is processed. So advanced analytics at the edge is really the critical factor here. And how do we bring the processing power to the individual who's in the field having to make those decisions? In all industries, not just government, we have this rapid increase of data. There was a recent survey where 70% of decision makers said that they have decision dilemma, where they have so much data in front of them that they can't make decisions or they put off making decisions. And so we go back to that environment where you have to make decisions in seconds. And if you're dealing with decision dilemma, you'll make the wrong decision and your competitors will have the advantage. So we're going to take ourselves back to that racetrack, and when I joined Oracle, I really looked at what were all of the different types of use cases we had that helped with this data management problem. Our history supporting this community, how we were born actually, was managing data. And so one thing that we've always focused on is how you manage that data differently, but combine it with these emerging infrastructures that we just talked about, and making sure that you have the power to deal with the explosion of data and new infrastructures. So the two challenges I found, or the two solutions that I found from the commercial sector that at least I thought were the most fun, so I would share, was this F1 story and then soccer. So the Seattle Sounders faced a very similar challenge too, so we'll talk about both of those real quickly. So for the F1, the car has 150 sensors on it as it's zooming around at 200 miles per hour. And that data is changing every minute. It's weather, when to pit, what tires you need to use. What is your competitor doing? Did they just go off course? Was there a crash? How does that impact the decisions you have to make? And that data has to be handled in the car, at the track, and it's thousands of pieces of information, millions of scenarios. The teams actually can't practice very similar because of regulations. They can't go out on the track and practice all these simulations. So we've helped them with managing their data in a different way on our infrastructure at the track, on the edge, to be able to do millions of different Monte Carlo simulations. And in fact, we can do them 25% faster. So if you think about all of those decisions they have to make in the heat of the moment, the driver is actually getting that real time on how to adjust. And they weren't able to practice all of these different changes, these different maneuvers, but the data is telling them exactly what to do. So if you've ever watched the show on F1 and you hear them in the ear every second telling them how to adjust, that's all based on these Monte Carlo simulations being done real time. They're done before, during, and after, and that's how you win. That paying attention to that information, it's all about the data. It's not the steel of nerves, it's not the drivers talking smack to each other, it's not their boldness behind the wheel, it's all based on the data. We found a similar challenge with the Seattle Sounders Football Club. They were having to track player movements. Major League Soccer released a requirement for over 400 players have to be tracked every 25 seconds, and a tool that was very outdated and their infrastructure couldn't handle it. So a team of data scientists was looking at all of this information and trying to provide real-time data to the coaches on what maneuvers to make, what plays to use, what a player would do based on their historical trends on these simulations that were run. And their infrastructure couldn't handle it. So their data science team had all this great data, and they were falling behind their competitors because they couldn't actually process it and do anything with it, and the competition could. So when they actually upgraded all of their infrastructure at the edge and were able to put not only the information in the hands of the coaches, but the players from their actual movements, their health conditions, everything that was going on the field, they saw exponential increase in their ability to win. So two of these different kinds of activities where you would think it was the fitness of the players, it was their preparation, it was really both situations, this came down to data. So to reinforce the points that Phil made this morning, it's if you want to win, if you want to have competitive advantage, if we want to beat our near-peer adversaries in the field, we need the best data. We've seen that in Ukraine, we've seen it in these examples, and creating these environments, we need to leverage organizations that have already invested millions to billions in their own challenge, their own solution. And how do we get closer to those problems? How do we take what they've developed and apply it into this world is what's going to help us keep a competitive advantage into the future. So next time you watch that F1 race, just think about all of the millions of pieces of data that are being analyzed real time. And when you see Max Verstappen go straight ahead and beat everybody else, it's based on the data. And that's kind of what we wanted to share today. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Next up, we have Alexia Jordan, who is a senior consultant at DoD, who's going to join us. Over to you, Alexia.
Oh, man. You know, sometimes you get given opportunities and you don't even understand how well you're being set up for them. Kim, Josh, the way y'all just set me up for my talk, thank you all so much. There you go. There you go. Thank you. So, title of my talk today, let me get my timer. Title of my talk today, Unleashing Global Biotechnology Intelligence. I have a lot of favorite Intel quotes, but this one has been resonating with me regarding this talk. A nation made more secure by a fully integrated, agile, resilient, and innovative intelligence community that exemplifies America's values. Today, I'll be talking about how increasing information sharing, collection, and coalescing of budding biotechnology research and its accompanying metadata can unleash opportunity for global biotech intelligence. So if you follow the news and the research that are coming out of the biotechnology spaces, you'll see that current and emerging research provide data points to the recurring functional security concerns that we've seen over the last 20 years, the last national security strategy since Clinton. Climate and energy security, terrorism and weapons of mass destruction, sustainable food development and agricultural security, non-proliferation and tech development. Well, advancements in things like microbes contribute to some of these functional security concerns. About 15 years ago, American scientists and NIH went on a journey to create a census of microbes. And today, scientists in Japan have made promising discoveries on the Ideonella cyaceaceus 201F6 microbe, a microbe that contains enzymes by which can digest plastic. And hopefully that will help humankind with our 300 million tons of plastic per year, plastic waste per year problem that threatens our food and water supply. CRISPR technology is now showing that gene editing is just the beginning of its capabilities. With research in 2022 and even Q1 of 2023, promising tangible economic results in relation to clinical trials, in vivo delivery of medicine, disease-resistant beings and crops, and fairly rational concerns towards targeted infections and questionable experiments. New pathways and processes in genomic research are regularly being discovered. And based on the foundation of the Human Genome Project that we started more than 30 years ago, that foundation helps expose the simple but lethal genomic differences between near-peer microbes and strains that the IC would be keen to follow. Not to mention advances in synthetic biology, bioagriculture, the industrial base of biomanufacturing. All of these things have direct military and economic applicability. Within this broad world of bio everything, we're sitting on a gold mine of information that goes beyond the technical accomplishments of the research itself. It gives us insights into trends and investments and ideas and offensive opportunities for collaboration and added intelligence that will be necessary both for global security and our international diplomatic efforts. So much like HUMINT, SIGINT, GEOINT, MASSINT, LUNARINT, the intelligence gathered by keeping a pulse of what scientists are up to is another piece of this intelligence puzzle. And with targeted adjustments to existing policies and practices, we can go a long way into having one step in front of our adversaries in this opaque form of warfare that we currently find ourselves in. So this is my vision on how this could work, might work. I'm a molecular and cellular biologist by training. I've worked in labs, state, local, federal governments. I worked in tech firms, consulting firms, and I've seen both concerning and really exciting and awe-inspiring information that I feel that if policymakers had, they might make different decisions about what they would do. So I envision, bear with me, I envision this world where we could provide anticipatory intelligence on biotech research and the contextual information throughout the thousands of channels that already exist, our current relationships, and open source data sets. I envision a world where scientific foreign literature is a part of every young analyst's job description. And they have to read and integrate it as a part of their product, to force them into practicing their foreign languages, as we all should, but to also make them think about the scientific angle of whatever their issue set is. Because we often, if we think just a second deeper about it, there's a scientific involvement in whatever it is that you are considering. I envision the various open source and data aggregation centers that currently exist across the IC collectively noodling on how to pull the best out of each agency's data sets and coalesce the broad stream of information that exists within our siloed databases. And then, if I were a decision maker, I would look at the mapping of all of this intelligence and research and its metadata, and by region, for example, I could see that there's opportunity to partner with, let's say, South Africa, Brazil, Colombia, on X project and implement X talking point and X diplomatic strategy based on the information that we've gotten from our scientists, from who is working on what, et cetera. Or maybe I could digest the nuggets packaged for me in an assessment and question the next country that we see toying with dangerous strands that we know with a few modifications could be made lethal. And maybe we could stop the next pandemic outbreak. The challenge with this is that this is a big vision. And I'm not gonna lie to y'all, it really does skew lofty. I am asking us to consider bringing every conversation and every friend that we have everywhere, bringing all that information to the IC and figuring out a way to use it that's useful for the policymaker in the biotech and science context. But trying to accomplish and find everything ultimately accomplishes nothing. And historically speaking, we have examples in the federal government where we've tried to build huge databases and they did not work out. They were train wrecks and money and time and like all the things. Another challenge is that breaking through our silos of information is hard. It's hard. And the opposite of that, the alternate of that, is that merging all the stovepipes and creating new is also millions, billions of dollars, time and effort into doing something new when we maybe could have done something with what we had. But it's not all bad. There are successes of how we've built big databases of information that have stood the test of time and change. GenBank is a really good success story. Efforts by NIH and academic journalists, they all came together and they made sure everyone had to use the same numbers to code, and then scientists got on board. The protein database out of Rutgers is a really good success story. A non-scientific success story, it was mentioned earlier, I think, the Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency and merging their processes and data sets across agencies to make improvements in the security clearance process. That's a non-scientific case study for how newer management methods can help break down silos. And I know that the IC is constrained with resources and a mounding pile of work. And I agree, all of this feels hard, but what feels harder to me as a scientist is thinking about the scary opportunity cost of inaction and missing the data points that would be a part of our next diplomatic engagements. Thinking about what the impact of a 2023 intelligence failure could look like due to scattered information is frightening and also skews embarrassing. When it comes to intelligence collection surrounding biotech, we can't keep our foot off the pedal because the result of the technology is not the information itself, it is everything around it. So, how can we implement this without breaking the bank and diverting already limited resources and attention? How can we fully capture advancements in research and its accompanying metadata? Well, we currently have things like, grants.gov that holds the data for currently funded research, raw data on places like PubMed and GenBank, pre-peer-reviewed sources like bioRxiv that show and give us a pulse on what scientists are working on before it has to be fixed and approved and they have to alter their gut vision about what they wanted to do. We have our existing collaborations across agencies. We have new collaborations that came out of the White House Biotech and Biomanufacturing Initiative, and just the intel that we gather and should be very keen on gathering from our UX and our UARCs and our FFRDCs, and of course our domestic and foreign journals. So much like the possibilities of ChatGPT, BioGPT, and maybe even a classified iteration for our community could be more than a database, but a tool that allows us to avoid waste and take what we already have in open source and across our individual agencies and improve discovery, forecasting, and capturing of the pieces and patterns of biotech research and metadata in a way that supplements the IC's current sources and methods to parse all of this information effectively. The who, what, when, where, why, and also what are they making. Honoring security concerns while breaking down clearance barriers is another way that we can maybe achieve this goal. Implementing regular briefings between pharmaceutical, virology, and biotech companies is an idea that I personally love. I know we have so many partnerships with these orgs, but engaging in this regular security briefing, I believe serves a twofold purpose in helping our private partners understand the threats that they might not otherwise get access to, and it allows us to share best practices on how intellectual theft that they suffer from can maybe be alleviated. And we all know our pacing challenges, all the regional ones, the functional ones. In my opinion, we can't just make strategic decisions about countries and opportunities without seeing what the scientists are doing. And near-peer countries are currently, not they will, they might, they are currently challenging American dominance in the global bioeconomy. And this form of gray warfare will require intelligence for the US to come out on top. I want to reiterate, the fruits of biotechnology research are not the end to themselves. They are the hypothesis engine for further intelligence acquisition. And the advantage, as George Washington said, of obtaining the earliest and best intelligence of the designs of the enemy cannot be overstated. And we cannot take our foot off the pedal here. Thank you, guys.
So I want to thank Josh and Alexia and Kim for giving us some thought-provoking opportunities and challenges to discuss over lunch. And although we didn't do a Q&A with them earlier, you can certainly reach out to all three of them during our lunch and networking session that is sponsored by Oracle Cloud. And so box lunches are available out in the foyer, and please join me back in this room at about 1:15 to continue the program. Thanks so much.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and some time for networking, perhaps meeting some old colleagues and making some new friends. I think this morning's been a really great event so far, incredibly informative, and I would like to thank all of our speakers again who shared their insights and helped to engage in the really candid discussions and Q&A. It's my privilege now to introduce our afternoon keynote. Retired Lieutenant General Michael Groen had a distinguished 36-year military career, culminating in his service as director of the Pentagon's Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. As the senior director for AI, senior executive for AI in the Department of Defense, He led the transformation of U.S. joint warfighting and departmental processes through the integration of artificial intelligence. Previously, General Groen served at the National Security Agency, overseeing computer network operations, and as the Director of Joint Staff Intelligence, working closely with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of Defense, and senior leaders across the department. He has served in a wide range of U.S. intelligence organizations. During his Marine Corps career, he served as Director of Marine Corps Intelligence and was a principal in the redesign of a modernized Marine Corps ISR enterprise. He's an experienced change agent with a penchant for modernizing capabilities, organizations, and cultures. Please join me in welcoming General Groen. Get your notes messed up here. So.
Super. Okay, thank you very much. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the applause. Now, I know a lot of you were preparing for this because I saw you walking in with like 2 cups of coffee. So, like, I know, if you start to nod off, one, be careful, don't hurt yourself. But also, like, don't blame it on me, right? Like, I got this after lunch thing, and if you didn't bring coffee, that's your problem, right? Hey, I would love to just have a conversation with you. I know we have time for questions, so I'd really kind of like to get to that quickly. But there's a couple of things that I've been thinking about that I think are germane to the conversation here. And thanks to the previous speakers, I mean, some of the just really great insights and good ways to think about this problem. And the problem being sort of how do we execute the digital transformation that's around us in the Department of Defense and in the IC and in government in general. And I think that INSA and organizations like INSA, maybe the parent organizations that a lot of you are from, actually have a really key role here, right? Because at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day, it's not technology that transforms, it's not organizations that transform, it's people that transform, right? People drive that transformation. People are the culture of the organization. And people are the users and the designers and the builders and the integrators of technology. And I think that, through that lens, I mean, I think, we've talked a little bit today already about culture, right? Like, culture is so important. I think Josh Marcuse did a really good job talking about, hey, look, that you can't just like wave the culture flag and then you're done, right? And you don't have to worry about it anymore. You just blame problems on culture. You really have to analyze it. You really have to figure out, like, how do we do this, right? And I think that there's deep cultural relevance in the conversations we're having today about AI. And one of the most striking relationships or insights to me walking into this building. You see what it says on the building, right? On the over the what's the name? What's the organization that runs this building, that owns this building? The National Regional Electrification Rural Electric Cooperative, National Rural Electric Cooperative, NREC. So if if you're bored, Google it, right? Like, look at the National or the National Rural Electric Cooperative. So think about the introduction of electricity as a parallel to what we're struggling with, the introduction of artificial intelligence and other digital transformation components, right? Think about like electricity and electrification, like how revolutionary that was and how hard that was for people to accept. So 1800s. If you wanted to, if you wanted a mill, you use water and a water wheel, or use, a windmill with, with fans and vents. And so you needed to turn a shaft somehow, right? So that you could do grain, you could do anything else. But that necessarily meant that your capabilities had to be tied to a river or tied to a windmill. And so electrification, like, this really changed the game, right? And so electrification means, now you can take an electric motor and like move that to the source of where the problem is, right? You don't have to bring the grain to the, to the mill, across the pond, but now you can actually like electrify applications right at your fingertips. How cool is that, right? And then you start thinking about, naturally, technology scales, right? So like now you think about, okay, not just an electric motor, but now how do we stitch together like an assembly line, right? Electrically driven assembly line. And so, you start to scale and you start to change the way people work and what their job identification is, right? And how they think about themselves. And then you scale up and now you start talking about like, a whole factory, right? It's not Keebler elves making cookies and trees anymore, right? Like now they have a whole factory driven by a technology, right? And we are in so much of the same place. When you think about the implementation of electricity, like there was like horrific fear of the unknown, right? Electricity was dangerous. Don't you know? It starts fires. It burns down buildings. We have to be really careful with this. And it was slow going, right? And a lot of times you kind of had to, right? My grandparents' house actually still had the electrical lines that were installed after the house was built. This is out in the middle of nowhere, South Dakota, in a building that was falling apart, but you could still sneak in there. And the electric lines were there. Just imagine the cultural transformation of not having to have a kerosene lantern everywhere you went, not having to have a fire in your house all the time because you would freeze to death if you didn't. Like this was scary yet transformational and tantalizing in the early 1900s. Later, as electrification started to expand and started to grow, it's fun, like really, if you're a historian of technology, look at some of the artifacts of that age. Just like the way they talked about electricity. It's kind of like how we talk about AI today, right? It's really fascinating as a cultural parallel to the challenge that we have in front of us today. As a result, in the 1920s, so cities were largely electrified in the 1920s. 1930s, though, you still had so many parts of the country that didn't have electricity yet. They had no access to it. So you still had kerosene lights or kerosene lamps. And so the nation founded the National Rural Electrification Cooperative, right, or Electric Cooperative. And so the NREC was born on the tail end of the implementation of a technology that matured in the decades previous, right? And look, here we sit today, right? Is that karma? What is that, right? But to me, it's like a really great parallel when you think about this. You internalize the role of technology, the repeatability of a technological cycle. I mean, all the things that we struggle with today have been struggled with before, and today, we're talking about AI, and we want this all done quickly, right? We're 100 years past, the founding of these electrification organizations to help bridge a cultural gap, and here we are. I wonder 100 years from now what we're going to be talking about in this room, or the National AIification, Center or something like that. So. Through that lens, then I'm very much seized with professionalism. And then, just to get back to INSA here, like INSA is a great professional organization, and the people in this room are professionals, not because you wear nice clothes, not because you work for the government, not because you build wonderful technological things, but it's because it's part of our profession, right? And a profession is a skilled group of people that profess something, right? And if you don't profess anything, then it's not a profession, right? And you're not a professional. So what do we profess, right? It's a really important question. Like a medical doctor is part of a profession, right? And they profess safe and effective healthcare. They profess methodology, standards, testing, policy, all of the things that you expect from a professional community. They even have an oath, right? And so don't think about, how they serve. We have an oath, right? So like our professional ethos is driven by what we profess. And what we profess, what I've heard this morning, and I'm sure that we'll hear yet later this afternoon, is like this profession of like, how do we enable our intelligence community and our national security? And that's it's a really important theme and really thing to anchor on. And then there's the real question that pops up in my mind is like, okay, well, what is our professional response to a rapidly changing environment, right? So 10 years ago, you probably could say the same thing, right? Like this is what we professionals did. But now something's different. And how do we think about that? The demands of professionalism mean that we have to think about that. And the role of a professional in transformational change of the environment around that profession is foundational to who we are and the communities that we build, the people that we train, the people that we hire, the professionals that we want to grow to follow in our footsteps. It's really important. So now thinking about artificial intelligence and digital transformation writ large, demands of professionalism, how do you think about that? Well, there's a couple different ways that I've seen people think about that. One is, oh man, we have to defend the status quo, right? Like professionalism is those processes that we use, and therefore professionals have to defend those processes to the last. You can see that there might be some challenges with that. There's another reaction, and that is, things are changing. My professional value is we got to adopt every tech piece, everything that you see doesn't have wires hanging out of it, we don't want it, right? Like we've got to professionally transform by rapidly adopting every tech element that runs across our screens, right? And thirdly, there are those who say, wow, I'm just going to watch this happen and see what it does and see where it goes, and I'll just find my way through this. The demands of professionalism mean that we have to be part of each one of those conversations, right? We have to recognize that we will have communities that each will approach this transformation in a different way. And so we, as leaders and mentors and advocates, we have to think through, like, how do we help our workforce, our partners, our customers think through transformational change as a profession and as professionals. And this is a really, really important thing. When I think about professionalism, I think about, the stakes here, right? And we've talked about the stakes. And most of you work for really important organizations, governmental or commercial or educational. Here's something that strikes me. There is only one INSA. There's only one Defense Industrial Base. There's only one DOD. There's only a handful of professional organizations that we can't lose, right? Like we can't miss the transformation of these entities because they're scarce. And like the core of our profession in intelligence and national security is to ensure decision-making is supported by the best facts, the best analysis, the best technology that's available. And if we pull away from that, if we pull back from that, then we're putting in jeopardy the very components of our national security and our intelligence capability. I think that's a pretty grave challenge, but it's also an enormously exciting challenge. And that's something that I think everybody that's here today is here because you want to be part of that transformational change. So, Josh talked about innovation theater earlier today. So like every schoolboy, the first thing I did is went to ChatGPT, right? And that's cliche, right? Like you can't do a speech without referencing ChatGPT. So here it goes. Hey, ChatGPT, are we in for a digital transformation? ChatGPT says, yes. We are currently in the midst of a digital transformation that is rapidly changing the way we live and work. The ongoing advances in technology, such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things, have created new opportunities for businesses to streamline their operations, enhance their customer experiences, develop innovative products and services. As technology continues to evolve and become more sophisticated, we can expect to see even more transformational changes in the years ahead. This will require individuals and businesses to continuously learn and adapt to new technologies and ways of working in order to stay ahead of the curve. Wow, that's pretty cool, right? I mean, next time, I'll just stay at home. You guys can just have ChatGPT do this, right? So when you asked about, when I asked ChatGPT about the future, ChatGPT came back with competitive advantage, right? And I think competitive advantage is, those are the two most powerful words in championing the transformation of our workflows, our processes, our organizations into digitally enabled enterprises, right? Competitive advantage. Every organization, and many of you have walked this ground, right? So I'm not telling you anything, but teaching transformation to settled organizations is an enormously complex and difficult task. But at the end of the day, this is about competitive advantage. It's about our military competitive advantage. It's about our intelligence competitive advantage. It's about transformational change that allows us to learn from the commercial communities around us to actually gain competitive advantage. Like many of you, when I think about, competitive advantage in investing, competitive advantage in banking, competitive advantage in fraud detection or manufacturing or research, in law enforcement, every one of those, you can see the tech advantage that digital transformation provides. And when you think about it through the military lens or our national competitive lens, this is a critically important thing. Like most of you, when I think about competitive advantage, I think about farming, right? Right? Come on, South Dakota, anybody? So I think about competitive advantage, I think about farming. And so many of you have heard the John Deere story, but I will repeat it. So when, after we killed all the mastodons and we were hungry, we had to learn how to grow crops, right? And we didn't have beer, we needed something desperately. So we transformed ourselves as humans, right? And we started farming. And farming is like one of the elemental components of being a human, right? It's what we do, right, as a species. So the very first industry, right, was farming. So many of you are familiar with John Deere, green and yellow tractors, tractor company, right? In 2017, John Deere bought, Blue River Technologies. Blue River was an AI company that specialized in farming processes, optimizing every element of farming, right? From planting to watering to how to plow to weeding to when to harvest, when to cover your crops, every process, right? So the small AI company in 2017 joins the big tractor company. Today, or at least last week when I looked this up again, John Deere has a larger market cap than Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman. There's only two defense primes, both of them foreign, that are bigger than John Deere. Can you believe it? Right? So here's this elemental human process with the most advanced, most current technology applied, and the transformation of the farming industry creates enormous value, right? Like real value, market value, right? So this is enormously valuable. John Deere used AI to gain competitive advantage, and that's exactly what we're trying to convince our organizations, especially in the Department of Defense and the IC. It's absolutely necessary if we are going to maintain competitive advantage against our opponents, very aggressive opponents with really good capabilities, then we have to learn the right lessons about how you gain value and competitive advantage, leveraging your data, your processes, your people especially. So most of you are also scholars of Sun Tzu, I assume. So Sun Tzu is, an ancient Chinese scholar, military historian and scholar, and he is famous for really thinking about warfare, right? And that's from Sun Tzu comes the battle or the general who fights first, hoping to win, loses. The general who thinks about how he ensures victory and knows how to win before he fights wins, right? Know your enemy, know yourself, know the weather, know the terrain, and you will not be in danger in 1,000 battles. I cannot hear the letters AI without thinking this is the instantiation of Sun Tzu into all of our processes, right? We know the environment, we gain an eye and an insight for the things that are at our fingertips so that we can, again, regain competitive advantage. I think imagination is such a key component here, and I hope we talk about imagination, because imagination is the missing ingredient in the implementation of artificial intelligence in so many of our organizations, right? We have lots of prophets of technology. We have lots of prophets of, hey, you must embrace this AI, you must embrace this digital transformation. But where we struggle, honestly, is at the very elemental level with the people that drive our organizations. And this is not a culture speech, but it's really critical that if we are going to transform, that we help to transform our people. We have to make them see. And my favorite analogy or metaphor for artificial intelligence in an Intel community perspective or through a military perspective is eyeglasses for the mind, right? Many of you have heard that before, perhaps. That came from Bob Work, former Deputy Secretary of Defense. Eyeglasses for the mind is perfect because what layers of insight with thousands of agents operating in the cognitive domain, operating in the information domain, and revealing inferences and insights to a human decision maker, you suddenly you can see more than just what you have in front of you, but you can see all those things that your limited cognition doesn't allow you to see. And you can bring those together in processes, you can bring those together in displays or warning indicators. I mean, there's lots of ways you can start to pull these things together. But just being able to see the environment around you, your decision environment, and enabling better decisions. Eyeglasses for the mind is such an insight for how we need to think as we train our professionals, as we teach our INSA members, all the young analysts and that are busy, sitting looking at computer screens right now in all of our agencies. I mean, it's a really powerful demand signal on us, right? And a critical responsibility. So I want to leave the rest of the time for questions. So I'll just wrap it up with this. Look, as a professional organization, the demands of professionalism require us to grab this by the horns, right? Like, we have to do this. INSA and all of the parent organizations that were represented in this room, we have to generate that insight. We have to help people see so that they can start to enable this technology. We can talk about methodologies, but if we don't create this insight, then we won't be competitive. I call this our vitamin I deficiency, right? Vitamin I deficiency for imagination, right? Like, if we can't imagine how good we can be, then we won't execute it. And it's critical. I'm laying this all on you, right? Like, look, this is how we need to teach our people. We have to help them imagine what's possible in a digitally transformed environment, and then they will do it, right? Okay, I'll leave it at that, and I really look forward to any questions you might have. Thanks.
So, if you have questions, please use the question cards, and they'll be collected and passed up. And we got the first one here. General, it says, is there a common shared perspective on the ethics of AI among government, industry, and academia? If not, how do we develop it?
Yeah, so I was nodding yes until you added all those other parties, right? So like I do think. So here's a lesson that I learned that was really powerful. So when I was the director of the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center, And one of my first conversations with the new Deputy Secretary of Defense, Kathleen Hicks, who had just kind of joined the department, one of my first meetings with her, I wanted to lay all this technical stuff out. Hey, Deputy Director or DepSecDef, here's all this cool technology that we're working on and everything else. It took her about 30 seconds to say, no, hold on, I don't want to hear any of that. What I want to hear is like the ethical framework that you guys have built. I want to understand sort of like the moral and regulatory sort of underpinnings that you've established. And I was a little flustered at the moment, but then I walked out of the room like, holy cow, what great insight. That's the very first question, right, to ask is like, do we actually have the moral ethical foundation? We have things like, the ethical principles, within DoD's ethical principles. Really good, really powerful, right? But principles, it's easy to recite, but what really starts to matter is like, okay, what does that really mean? For example, if you're building a autonomous vehicle that's going to carry soldiers in the back, okay, wait a minute. How do those soldiers trust that vehicle, right? How do the commanders of those soldiers, how do we as Americans trust that autonomy or those kind of capabilities to shepherd our precious, young men and women? Really powerful, right? It really makes you think. We quickly moved from a list of principles to what we called the journey to trust, right? Which included foundational principles, but processes for testing, processes for experimentation, processes for integration with humans, right, to make sure that the human-machine integration was sound. And so like we really pulled the string on like how do you establish that really strong ethical foundation before we even move to tech. I want to say one more thing here, and that is, if you haven't looked it up, the Department of Defense just passed or just put into practice DoD Directive 8000.09, right? So it used to be just a policy. The DoD 8000.09 articulates the U.S. military, the Department of Defense's rules for autonomy and potentially autonomously lethal weapons. So look it up. We are the first nation to publish a policy for how we're going to handle lethal autonomy on the battlefield. And it's a powerful statement just in its existence. You read the policy and you'll see that it's a fairly robust policy as well.
Another one here is thinking of the example you used of a motor and then an assembly line and then a factory of being expanding to scale. What is the outlook that you have for doing AI at scale across the intelligence community, and what impediments do you see and how would you address them?
Like we have to train our young analysts, our young professionals to start thinking about almost from a zero base. I could make a good, what information would I need to make a good decision about this? What information would I need to do, to actually do a reasonable analytical assessment, for example? Because today they're conditioned, there are processes. Processes are things that you put into place when you really don't know what's going to happen, right? So you want to be predictive. Since you can't predict your environment, you predict the way you're going to approach that environment. AI is often referred to as prediction machines, right? Where now you can start to be data-driven and not read it in an encyclopedia, but read it from the battle space around you, right? So now you don't have to, make a make a policy like, you know what? Here's how we calculate the enemy's most dangerous course of action. That's a standard, template for a military, commander or a planner. Like, okay, most dangerous course of action. How do I do that? Well, there's a template for that, right? It looks like this. We don't have to do that anymore, right? Because now you can actually measure the threat environment around you. So like those kind of tools where you can start to visualize the battle space, the warfighting space around you. That's how you get people to start to move from the surety of a staid and practiced policy to being data-driven and actually operating kind of like you're surfing, you're up on the wave, right? It's scary, but that's kind of where you have to be in an AI space.
Okay, back to electricity. The Question reads, thanks for bringing up the example of electricity. The light bulb is literally a symbol for good ideas today. Often, instead of improving our processes for acquisition, we focus on waivers and avoiding oversight. What are your thoughts on improving the base process?
So when I first joined the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center, I was fairly seized by enterprise, right? Like the idea that, scale is so critical. One small process, a collection of processes that lead to an outcome, a whole environment that that can create those outcomes. I wanted to build scale, like right away, right? Like if we're going to be competitive as an enterprise in the Department of Defense, then we need a scaled enterprise of data, a scaled enterprise of training environments, a scaled environment of AI. And I was wrong, right? Because you can't just build a scaled enterprise of AI. It really does have to start with small victories, right? You really do have to create that vision, right? You have to show people through experience, functional communities inside the Department of Defense, for example, or analytical communities in the IC. When you show them what it looks like when it works at a really small scale, they get excited, right? Their antennas perk up. And now they suddenly get addicted to thinking about this in a different way. And when they do that, it will naturally evolve scale. It just takes way more time than any of us would choose to wait. There's a reason the Pentagon has 5 corners inside in the middle ring. That's so each service has a corner to back into with their resources and their platforms and their, so like the idea that you can, we're gonna have to move to a new building, right? We're gonna have to pay more rent. If we're gonna move out of that environment where everybody backs into their own corner and only builds their own, then you may start to get small capabilities within each service that are effective, but at some point we actually have to move out into the center courtyard there and actually start building an integrated enterprise. An Air Force sensor, data flowing straight to an Army, a TACMS battery, and firing on a target. That's something that, scale will get us, but we'll have to culture our way into that.
This next question, perhaps this could be a scale-related one as well, and it talks about our first speaker this morning, discussed Project Maven a little bit. Could you give us your views on that and its success and what you see now that it's moved over to NGA?
Yeah, so Maven was, this really was plowing first ground, and inside the Department of Defense. And Maven was such a great learning experience for the department, but also for all the services, for Congress about, gulp, how expensive, some of this technology integration can be. It's really, so it was a really great Pathfinder organization. We also experienced, some of the blowback from, tech companies at the time, and I'm happy to say that, like through Maven, though, we just learned so much about not just the, AI capabilities and how to build it, but no kidding, how do you bring forth capability and how do you field it effectively? So Maven, like what that looks like today is, it's pretty exciting. General Kurilla, who's the CENTCOM commander, some of you may know, he was the 18th Airborne Corps commander before, and he is an AI enthusiast, right? And so here's an example of a leader driving his organization to adopt technology and to figure out like how it can impact their processes. And so General Kurilla, the 18th Airborne commander, became General Kurilla, the CENTCOM commander. And now you see, many of you are familiar, like Task Force 59, Task Force 99 from the Air Force, like all these like experimental organs inside the CENTCOM environment. And that's because we had a Maven to kind of show the way to commanders like General Kurilla and many others in the department about like what this actually can look like for you, and then let them experiment with it, right? Maven, was a tool then that they could use to say, well, let me try this, right? Let me try this for targeting. Let me try this for rapid response, planning, et cetera, et cetera.
Great. We have another question here. What are our adversaries doing to become more technologically innovative? What can we learn from them, and how can we counter their progress?
Yeah, that's a really good and big question. I would say stealing our stuff would be a very succinct answer, but that's history, right? It's history, and I guess it's history only as long as we continue to evolve our cybersecurity and really start to protect things that are valuable. I think we left so many diamonds just laying on the table. And we just had no perception, right? We as a nation, we as a defense industrial base, we just didn't know that all of this stuff was at risk. And during that period, a lot of people hoovered up a lot of our intellectual property. A lot of people hoovered up, some of our core capabilities. So let me talk about China real quick. There is nobody on the planet better at collecting data and surveilling their citizens and their activities than the Chinese Communist Party, right? They are really good at machine learning. They are really good at reinforcement learning. They are really good at putting large-scale enterprises of sensing and then making sense into action, right? We can't turn away from that. It's true. And a lot of that technology, through civil military fusion, when TikTok or any of the other ants comes up with an innovation in the AI space, civil military fusion demands that is available then to the government for any purpose the government wants to use it, right? And so you have this. So you don't have a marketplace. I don't know what do you call it when you just take stuff from people, right? So whatever that market is called, that's a klepto market. I don't know, but you have that actually going on, right? So now where you can advance very rapidly because civilian tech is like just automatically filtering into military tech. So clearly that's an enormous concern. I am unabashedly enthusiastic about the innovation of especially our military, our young military people. And if you give them tools, they can adapt rapidly. And I think that is maybe the key word here, right? Because if you're really good at surveilling and you're really good at reading people's messages and locking their car doors and checking their health records autonomously, it doesn't necessarily make you a dynamic, imaginative, evolutionary capability, right? Like you have to really apply in your mind or in actuality your capability against a real challenge or a real outcome with all its sophistication. And then you can say that you're an expert. I don't think that they've done that yet to a degree, right? So from a technical process, papers published, metric, that kind of thing, yeah, they're fantastic. But you know what? The universities in this country, the companies, defense and otherwise in this country, are I would take that bet any day of the week, right? Like the innovation that I see today is off the charts, right? And it's powerful, it's really effective, it's embraced to a degree in the military environment. We just have to continue to work on that, right? So we have to pull that demand signal.
This next question, in addition to innovation, the other I word you used was imagination. Yeah. And the question reads, I strongly agree with the vitamin I deficiency that you mentioned. How do you think that can be addressed in the Department of Defense and the broader IC? And there's an idea, should we build in imagination time into the workday?
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I think so. Let me talk about like the Intel role here instead of just the military. The military applications is actually very straightforward. It's just hard to do. But in the analytical space, for example, like we have to help young analysts. So I was the Joint Staff J2, and so like my DIA workforce, just like the best, I'll say, kids that I've ever worked with. They were innovative, they were clever, they didn't mind getting up at 5, or showing up to work at 5, because they knew that the work that they were doing was going to be briefed to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, just like 2 hours later, right? Powerful, imaginative, wonderful people that we have, rowing inside our intelligence community. We have got to help them see the advantages of being data-driven rather than being process-driven. So for example, the bugaboo of every analyst is these horrific review processes that you have to go through if you're going to get something published, guaranteeing that the product you spent days writing is going to be completely obsolete 3 weeks later when somebody says, okay, you are clear to distribute this across the enterprise. Our youngsters need to see that technological enablement will allow them to turn these things, because you don't have to run it by every individual human expert, each of which has their own sort of picture of what right looks like. You can be data-driven. You can integrate data from multiple layers, helping them see. I use that word a lot because, look, we are such visual creatures, right? It's what we do. When we say, imagine, image in, right? Like we image something, we can see that image in our mind, then, man, it goes like that. This is what we need to build, right? So we need a community that allows them to image what they're trying to accomplish. And then they can image processes, they can image threats, they can image and communicate that effectively to decision makers as well. We should lose no sleep at night about the quality of people we have, either in defense or the IC. It's amazing. These young professionals just blow me away.
The next question is, from your time at the Jake, what is the outlook on adversarial AI, and what steps are being taken to secure the AI/ML ops pipeline?
Yeah, that's a great question, because here's the level of sort of technical sophistication. Like I said before, we just left all those diamonds just laying on the table, right? Because we didn't know they were valuable, right? They were just pieces of glass, right? Just pressed really hard. But we didn't know what we had, right? And so we made ourselves vulnerable by not valuing the things that we have. In an adversarial AI environment or an aggressive cyber attack environment, we don't have that luxury anymore, right? And so, like, defense obviously, brings up certain connotations, but when we talk about defense and our environment today, defending our networks, defending the data, defending the algorithms, defending all of the components now that make our wonderful capabilities is so important. And if we leave a door open, somebody's going to come through that, right? And so, that's an opportunity for adversarial AI to counter our own AI, for example. We just have to be very vigilant and look for, look through an enemy's mindset of like how they would undercut our capabilities.
And I think this is going to be time for the last question here, and that is, it's also a little bit about adversaries. The question reads, the impact of technology on warfare has been highlighted by Ukraine's use of intelligence and smart weapons against waves of Russian cannon fodder. Yeah. Can any country's military use technology efficiently effectively on the battlefield? If so, do we need to worry about a technology arms race that perhaps even needs a counterproliferation regime to rein in?
Yeah, so great question. There's some complex answers to that. Let me just try to be simple first. What we see today is the fact, you can see the technical evolution occurring, right? In front of your eyes. And so the democratization of technology parallels with the democratization of weaponized technology, right? And so, like, that is becoming, people are learning a lot. I ask, for example, just, think about the air defense environment over Ukraine right now. We have lots of helicopters in our community, right? We have lots of aircraft that are not invisible and not supersonic, right? And what does that portend for, like, our aviation environment, right? So like when we fight, those of you from defense or former defense, or you build defense products, that, integrated combined arms, like, is what wins battles, right? So you can have great infantry, but if they run into a strong point that they can't get past, you need to start to bring in long-range fires. You really need to start to bring in aviation to solve some of those problems. Well, because of, like, all the UASs that are being used for long-range strikes by the Russians, and today, that air defense environment is I mean, you can walk on the, the projectiles, being flung up into the air. So, like, what does that do for, like, the way we fight, right? What does that mean for Apache helicopters? Apache helicopters are really cool, and it's really nice to have one overhead when somebody's shooting at you. But is that even a survivable thing, right? Like, these are the things that we have to think about today. What about surface vessels, on the water? What about movement on the battlefield? What about deception and detection, right? Like, I think this is very much especially with the commercial enterprises as an example for imagery, again, because we see, but you can't hide on a modern battlefield, at least not one in Ukraine. There are probably areas that you could, but with, advanced phenomenologies, there's lots of places, there's not very many places you can hide on the modern battlefield. So what does that mean in a battlefield of high lethality and high detectability? What do whoa, what do I do about that? I have to be invisible. I have to be, lethal. I have to be able to strike at range because I won't have time to move to my targets, unobserved. Like the whole thing about what range does is really critical. The Marine Corps is kind of struggling with this right now, right? So like we had lots of towed artillery, 155 millimeter artillery. Great weapons, the 777s, right? We gave a bunch of them to the Ukrainians. The Marine Corps has made a purposeful switch to long-range ATACMS, right? Because we saw in Ukraine, you can have as much artillery as you want. If you can't range the enemy, it's not relevant, right? So like it has shaped the way we're thinking about what technology to buy. Long-range anti-ship weapons, for example, become really viable. Think about, I was talking to somebody earlier today about arsenal ships. I don't know if anybody remembers arsenal ships, but this is a concept by the Navy where they would have, a small-ish ship that would ride very low in the water, and it was a big box of rockets, right? And so you could sail that wherever you needed to, and if you needed fire support, boom, 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 that you had it right at your fingertips. Wow, what if you had to contest an enemy ashore that had thousands of rockets and missiles that could range your fleet? If aviation's not survivable, is surface survivable? And if that's challenged, okay, what are we thinking about to do that, right? It's really time now for thinking about what an AI-enabled enemy requires us to be able to do. And so that's one of the most important things that we can think about, because every one of those ships has got a couple of thousand of our young men and women in it, right? And that's too valuable for us to put at unnecessary risk. And so that's kind of our mandate as a professional organization and as an IC and as a Department of Defense. How do we help people see this? How do we help them imagine their way through this? How do we imagine a better solution so that we retain the advantages that we have? So thank you very much.
Thank you, and can we have a round of applause, please, for General Mike Groen.
Thanks.
And we can ask the next panel to come up onto stage. Great. We're going to go straight into our next panel, and then we'll have a break after that. And our next panel, the title is Incubators to Outcomes, Financing Emerging Technology Innovation. And our moderator, Sabra Horn, serves as the co-chair of INSA's Technology and Innovation Council. She's also the Entrepreneur in Residence, which is, I think, a great job title to have. Entrepreneur in Residence at BM&T, where she supports the development and deployment of public sector innovation efforts. She authored Creating Innovation Navigators, a book that helps government leaders create innovative organizations, and she leads the related 3-day Innovation Navigators course. Previously, she was chief of the Innovation Hub over at DHS at CISA, responsible for envisioning, establishing, and developing innovation efforts in the Department of Homeland Security. Prior to that, she led the change management of CISA and stood up CISA's 2016 election task force. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Sabra Horn.
Thank you. Great to be here, John, and I am so thrilled to welcome this incredible group of folks here. I've been thinking about this panel for a long time and am thrilled with the expertise that we have here. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you all for joining us. So we're talking today about the funding of emerging technology, and we'll get some good historical insights on that. But as I was thinking about how we needed to frame this, I kept going back to an article that came out in December of this past year, right around the holidays, a lot of light reading by Eric Schmidt and Bob Work, entitled How to Stop the Next War. And if I can summarize that briefly, it basically is about whoever wins the tech race wins the next war. We all know, and we are all here because we are fighting hard against the adversaries, and we know who those adversaries are. And we realize how important emerging technology is and how important it is for us to use emerging technology not only within the intelligence community, but within our national security and defense systems as well. So as I start, I wanted to recognize, first of all, that our experts here, we have 3 of the 4 from defense. And so I wanted to point out, I'm hoping we're going to talk about a lot of great things that we've found within the Defense Department, because we know that they have been leaders in really bringing about emerging technologies in a way that perhaps some of us within the IC have not been so ready to embrace. So I hope we have some great examples here and are ready to take on some great new challenges. So Linda, how about I start with you? Wanted to introduce you. Linda Laurie is the Senior Advisor for West Exec Advisors and provides tremendous intelligence and expertise to folks seeking understanding of the national security realm. She also came from DIU-X, back when there was an X on DIU, as General Counsel. So we're thrilled to have her here today. Linda, can you give us a bit of a historical understanding as to how we ended up here with this problem? We know we have to utilize emerging technology more effectively, but yet we've not been able to figure out how to bring it in quickly.
Well, thank you, Sabra, and it's such a pleasure to be here and speaking with you all. This is a really loud mic. So I wanted to, I don't know how many of you are watching the Oscars movies, going back to the theaters or even just watching from home. I saw All Quiet on the Western Front the other day, and it's a little bit of a busman's holiday, right, seeing a war movie. You know, it's a tough movie. It's from the German perspective. It's, you know, these 18-year-olds, they're excited to go to war, but they're not well equipped, and they don't really know what they're in for. And about 3/4 of the way movie, 2/3 of the way of the movie, there's a game changer. And this is innovation. The French roll in with tanks. And they've never seen tanks before, and they keep on shooting at them, and they're surprised when the bullets ricochet off the tank, because, of course, the tank is impermeable, and they're just stunned. And sort of the light bulb went off in my head and said, this is defense innovation. And this is the kind of innovation that was funded by, in that case, the French military, but you know, back at home, World War I, we were investing, the Department of Defense was investing in poison gas and explosives, wireless communication technology, and DoD was the major investor in technology. The World War II, you saw similar investments by the Defense Department, Manhattan Project, radar, cryptography, and this was just expected that these kinds of investments should come from the government. So Cold War similarly, but fast forward to Vietnam. And while in 1958, pre-Vietnam, DoD provided as much as 23% of the R&D in technology, in particular, say the semiconductor industry. Post-Vietnam, the funds dried up, and the kinds of contracts the Air Force was letting to Texas Instruments, who was a leader in the semiconductor industry, for $3.2 million for integrated circuit development. That money all dried up, and had to find other means for funding innovation. I started with the offset strategies I'm sure you might be familiar with. First offset, trying to look at technological means to offset the advantages from our adversaries, leading to the third offset strategy, which was stood up in 2014. So this was a way to work smarter with the private sector, and with the idea that, of course, it's better to deter war than to win one, which we would be expected to do. But they had this long-range R&D strategy of working with the private sector to invest in robotics, autonomy, miniaturization, big data, advanced manufacturing. And it was the private sector who really stepped up into this, into the breach. In particular, the VC, the venture capital community. And the venture capital community, the first VC was stood up in 1946. So really longer than we think of the VC community. It started, the ARDC was started by the MIT president at the time with some investor friends of his. And DEC was one of their first portfolio companies. They invested in 1957, $70,000. That's not even seed money nowadays. They got a 77% stake, which is also kind of unheard of. And their investment certainly flourished. They, in 14 years, I guess they exited with $355 million. That's a pretty, you would like that as a VC, right?
That's exactly
That's
right.
a good investment.
That's exactly
And you may know, like the challenge with working with VCs is VCs want the quick exit. They would rather invest in a dog walking app than hardware. It's hard to get your money out. It's slow to get your money out. You know, but at the same time, there in last year, 2022, there are 29 active VC firms with $995 billion assets under management and $223 billion of dry powder.
huge.
So that's a lot of money that could be available for the hard problems.
Right. So Lynn, I think you've highlighted some important points, right? Many years ago, primarily it was only government that was funding our emerging technology. And we had a lot of different means to do so, and we had a lot of different organizations within our structures to accomplish that as well. Now we know it is an overwhelming number of private sector entities, whether it is venture capital or startups as well.
But it's not just Americans investing.
Yes, that's exactly right. So hold that thought.
Okay.
Let us get to Sam Gray next. So Sam is the executive director of the Silicon Valley Defense Group. And we're thrilled to have you here, Sam. But Sam also came from the DC area not too long ago. He was the head deputy director for strategic investments at Naval X, which is the Navy's arm of investment. So Sam, you've been in a lot of different spots within DoD. And so can you tell us a little bit about what has worked in terms of how we're funding emerging technology in government?
Yeah, so first we'll start with what worked. Really, things started to dramatically change in 2015. This is where I kind of put the current day innovation efforts. If you were going to put them in comparison to the 3 offset strategies, this is like the current generation that we're in. And it really started with the launching of DIUX and simultaneously the launching of SoftWorks down in Tampa. 2 very different models of how to do innovation. DIU was really how do we bring in commercial technology, create a pipeline to bring that into the Department of Defense. SoftWorks was a slightly different model, which was really focused more around how do we leverage the existing engineers and scientific talent aligned with the operators and then the people that could fund it and do this outside the gate in sort of a simple to access place. So all of the innovation groups that came after that, AFWorks, Naval X, now there's Marine Corps Innovation Unit, probably 1,000 others that are really hard to track. They all sort of
154.
bias towards one direction or the other on that side, whether they're really trying to use the internal resources or they're trying to use the external. Most of them are using both, but it's just which way they go. I think that's worked for the most part pretty well in achieving 2 goals. One is to change the internal mindset of the people working on these to better understand what it's like to work with a startup versus working with a Raytheon or a Boeing. Like, both are very important, but it's a very different way you need to contract and work with those folks. The second one is just how rapidly you can provide money to those companies. Can you actually get contracts in hand inside of a timeline that's not lined up with the Phillip, basically? So, you know, I'll just use AFWorks as someone who wasn't at AFWorks but have worked a lot on the outside and then simultaneously when I was at Naval X. AFWorks was extremely successful in changing the way that SBIRs went very, very quickly to early stage folks. Folks that really do have a need for a $50,000 SBIR phase 1. Whereas like people who are later stage, that's really not all that helpful and probably not worth their time. So that's what's worked. What we haven't quite seen, in my opinion, is moving down that value chain into the things that can help companies when they're not a Raytheon, a Boeing, or a Lockheed, and they're not two people in a garage. When they hit this growth stage where it's like, hey, I've created a prototype. I can now sell this. The DoD comes back and says, great, I'll take 10,000. They're like, well, there's a whole nother phase in there where you have to go to growth, where you have to go build a factory, you have to hire a workforce. DoD does not have a lot of mechanisms to go and fund organizations when they're in that. And it really adds to the valley of death.
That's great. Well, actually, or not so great, should we say. How about we hear next from Wes, who has joined a new organization within OSD, which is the Office of Strategic Capital. Very excited to hear about this, Wes. But Wes also comes from AFWorks, which of course is the Air Force's innovation effort. So Wes, you've heard a little bit about where we've been in the last few years with organizations and where some of the challenges, but what do you see going forward might be ways forward for all of us?
No. Wow.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, everybody. It's really nice to meet you. Thanks for having us here today. Really excited to kind of have this conversation. And I mean, what you're hearing is absolutely correct. The hard part is that we keep seeing history repeat itself. And if we go back to watching when Sputnik flew across our skies, and things like the small business investment companies were stood up as programs where we can find that public-private partnerships. And really we are in a techno-economic competition. And what that means for all of us is that we have to leverage our competitive advantage to make sure that we have the technologies we need for our warfighters and for our country, because economic security is national security in a lot of ways. What we've been doing, working with at the Office of Strategic Capital, is to make sure that we are executing and leveraging all the tools available to the federal government where we can be good partners. Up until now, a lot of people in this room have talked about, we've talked about the instruments of power, and up until now, really, when we talk about the economic instrument of power, it means acquisitions. We use a tool, or we use money to buy a tool to do a thing. And what we are starting to find more and more is that if we work with our competitive advantage, which in the US is our private capital markets, is our entrepreneurs, is our technological ingenuity, that we can leverage those competitive advantages to come alongside the competitive advantages that do come with the government. Things like federal lending programs that are out there, things like different tools that we use, not just for acquisition, but can lead to acquisition. We talked a little bit about the early stage, mom and pa in a garage making great technology, and that's what they do, and they're really good at that, all the way up to building and buying F-35s, and those are great. But if we don't have the pieces that go into the F-35, or if they're made from magnets that we can't trust, we've all seen that can become a big problem. And part of that means that we can bring some of the competitive advantages the government does bring by making sure that those technologies, the investors in those technologies that are accessing that intellectual property, that are putting those pieces on the equipment that our warfighters are using, are things that we can trust and things that we can access, as we all saw with COVID and the supply chain shortages. I'm sure everyone in this room has had some part in, from toilet paper to microprocessors. So what we've been doing right now for the first year, as you said, we've been going for a long time now, almost 3 months. We are working to work across the federal government. There's, for instance, 118 federal credit programs in the federal government. There's none at the Department of Defense, Justice, or Labor. So we have a tool that we could be accessing to use that is more efficient use of cost of capital, more efficient cost of capital, but also allows us to come alongside our competitive advantage, which is our private investors. And when Linda is looking as an investor to either invest in that dog walking app or quantum computing, we can convince her that, well, we all need a good dog walking app, that if we don't invest in quantum computing now, if we don't incentivize our investors to think that that's an investment that they can give the returns to their LPs, because right now they can't. Like, they can't justify that. If you're a fund manager looking at this technology, your job is to make money for your investors. So if we want to be a good partner, instead of just putting money out there, in grants or ways that we as the government and the DoD specifically have access to that. There's also ways to do that where we can come alongside our private sector investors that know where these what technologies are going to be commercially viable. How can we de-risk that to make it just enough that that investment in quantum is the same for that will model as the same return as the dog walking app, and then work with them to get there. It's a much more efficient and strategic way to think about it, and we're really excited to kind of explore this space and get to work in the next couple of years.
Great, Wes, thank you so much. And last but not least, we have Katie Gray, who is a partner at In-Q-Tel, which is obviously the investor for the intelligence community, but has done so very much more for not only DoD, but USG as well. So thank you all for all your efforts there. Katie, can you talk a little bit about, in your long history at In-Q-Tel, can you talk about how you've seen a change with private equity and other external resources being able to support what's taking place with emerging tech in government?
Yeah, so I've been at In-Q-Tel for about 10 years, 11 years. Those of you who don't know In-Q-Tel was set up in '99. Specifically, a group of seniors at CIA realized that there was this, all this innovation happening in kind of the commercial venture-backed ecosystem, and that was taking a really long time to make its way, if it ever did, into to be put against use cases within the intelligence community. So I really applaud those people as well as the seniors who have supported In-Q-Tel over the last 23 years. I think it's a real benefit that it has been around for so long. Yeah. So I think that, my perspective, I have seen a lot of changes in Silicon Valley, a lot of DoD, really being able to sort of increase its awareness of the problem sets that come out of the DoD and intelligence community. In-Q-Tel is a very active investor, so we do about 60 new investments per year. We've invested in 750 plus companies throughout the lifetime of In-Q-Tel. We work really closely with investors in Silicon Valley. I think we've co-invested with 3,000 investors. 65% of all investments globally, we have had has been one of our co-investors, so we have a lot of sort of visibility across kind of that ecosystem. And to your question, what I've really seen over the last 10 years, maybe starting kind of when DIUX was first stood up, and AFWorks and other parts of DoD that have really sort of like increased their visibility in Silicon Valley, has been a real shift in terms of the excitement and engagement of Silicon Valley companies with DoD. I mean, I think, there were many years ago, we had, Snowden, and we had the Google, not wanting to necessarily work with DoD on things, but I've seen a real shift to companies being really excited about some of the really hard problems that they see within the IC, within DoD, obviously see it as a market, and I think especially as we're seeing kind of commercial markets maybe retract a little bit, it's probably a good time for companies that also look to government as a key customer, because that money doesn't sort of like retract in the same way for new innovation and budgets and things like that. And in terms of, just across the board, I think this goes back to what you were saying, Lori, is that the amount of money that the U.S. is spending on R&D has gone down. The amount of money that we put into the later stage companies is really kind of where the bulk of the private capital is going. And we look at adversaries like China that is increasing their spending on R&D, while the U.S. is decreasing our spending on R&D. And so I think that from all levels, from the R&D all the way through commercialization and optimization, there's all these different pieces to the puzzle that I think are really important. And the great thing is, I think, is that we're all sort of working together, both from the private sector funding of things as well as the venture community. I think there's just been a lot of engagement across public and private, and lots of new initiatives as well. One other thing I will point out is that, you were talking about kind of the tanks in World War I, and I also watched that movie, it was great. But looking to sort of the conflict in Ukraine and how much, it's not things necessarily that have come out of DoD that are getting a lot of, that are making a real difference in Ukraine. A lot of it is stuff that was funded in the commercial sector, in the, in the commercial sector and from the venture community, a lot of open source and drones and satellite and commercial space and things, imagery, AI/ML that is really making a big difference in that conflict. And so it's really interesting to see how much of a how much of a shift, I guess, the importance of that commercial technology has been, even on the DoD side of things.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can I
Take
add
it,
to
Sam.
that? I think that's a great point about what we're seeing with new and emerging tech being used in Ukraine. I also think it's very interesting of how it's being used. And use the specific case of drones. One of the major issues is the majority of drones being there are DJI drones.
Yep.
And that's fundamentally because China flooded the market with DJI drones, sold them well below cost, and we had no mechanism to support the U.S. manufacturing to go, and not just U.S., any foreign allies that we wanted to do this. There was no mechanism to go and actually back those up. DIU has the Blue Check program, but it came very late. It still has not allowed them, again, to ramp up to this production quality. The other interesting thing about that is they're not used alone. There are these weird cases that you see, and people love to post them on the internet of small drones dropping a hand grenade. That's not really changing the balance of the war. But what is drones being used in conjunction with very traditional defense systems. What we need to send over there the most is howitzers and the shells to that. The drones are being used to target rapidly. So it's a new way to use an old technology. You can't think of new and emerging technology and the things that VCs are going to go and back as being the things that are going to massively change warfare. That might happen, but that's the moonshot, that's the Manhattan Project level, that's quantum, all these. The reality is that the interesting piece is we need to have the fundamental ability to build new and emerging technology that's available in the commercial sector, provide a capability to bring that in conjunction with the massive traditional systems, which is where the bulk of the defense budget is going.
That's right. So you raise, I think, a very good point, and recognizing who here is in the audience. We have folks from prime companies, we have folks from small and medium-sized businesses, and we do have folks within the IC and DoD. So can you talk a little bit about how we have seen over the last few years the rise in investment from venture capital in particular, right? Which I think sends a very strong signal about where we are trying to go within the government. And so how are you seeing that over the next few years? What does that look like? What are the specific use cases? And how is that going to impact folks here in this audience? Who wants to take that one? Sam, you go right ahead.
I can start. So in the last 5 years, venture capital, private investment has gone from averaging around $500 million to $1 billion a year into aerospace and defense. It started ramping up 3 years ago at $2.5 billion. It was $7 billion a year and a half ago. And 2022 just ended at $10 billion invested into aerospace and defense. It was, a banner year for defense-focused venture. That was almost entirely taken up by SpaceX, Anduril, and at the very end, Shield AI. Those three, really SpaceX. Just frankly, it was SpaceX. So while this is exciting and interesting, there's two problems with those numbers, right? The $10 billion is very, very interesting. What is it, and we brought up this point earlier, of the investment cycle, the time that investors need to get their money back. $10 billion a year, my opinion and analysis of the defense market, if you're strictly going after defense, you're really targeting about a $30 billion a year space that's available for research and development level stuff until you get into the large programs of record. So unless you believe that these companies are going to, in a 5-year period, get into the multi-billion dollar, multi-year program of record, the VCs are not going to get their return on investment, and many of those deals are going to go bad. So while they're very interested in it right now, VCs will go away when they start losing money. I guarantee you. That was one of the rare things I can guarantee you. When VCs start losing money, they will go away. The other thing that's interesting about that space is SpaceX. Right? SpaceX started out very much funded by government contracts, going after Air Force, now Space Force, NASA contracts. They slowly moved into the space where they could scale to the point where they're building Starlink. Their last 2 rounds have largely been funded by non-defense investors, and if you talk to them, they will tell you this investment is off the commercial capability that Starlink is going to provide. That's the total addressable market, the TAM, that gets investors excited, that says this could be a $1 trillion industry, not I want to take over launching things into space. That's interesting, but that's not where the bulk of that investment is coming from. The last thing I'll say on that, however, the national security implications of having Starlink is massive. So being able to bring in those commercial investors that have a different goal, a different objective, they're not mission focused like we are, that supercharges us and allows the building of a new emerging company.
Right.
And I'll follow on that in a little different vein, but when we talk about the last 5 years, one of the things that did come out of AFWorks and why I think it was very successful in hindsight is 2 real kind of innovative ways to attack the SBIR program, which is what they've used. And the AFWorks team did a great job of really trying to make these things work within the system they were in. One of which, in the past, the DoD is very rigid on. We provide requirements, and then people fill those requirements, and we put them on contract. That's just how it works. That's how the FAR works. That's how the system works in the largest bureaucracy in the history of the world. But that's not always the best way, especially when we're working with our private sector friends. And so one of the concepts that was brought up, the open topic concept, was at the very early stages, instead of saying, hey guys, here's our requirement, where what we as the DoD do is we say, we want a faster horse. That's our requirement. Just give us a faster horse. This horse runs this fast. We want one that runs faster, because that's the next best thing. Instead of that, the team brought along the open topic concept was, hey, commercial sector, what do you guys have that might be useful for our warfighters? Bring us the technologies that you think our warfighters could use. And we'll find the warfighter that should work. We'll lower it down. We'll instead of $150,000, we'll make it a $50,000, and we'll use it as an experiment. And we'll put a lot of money out there to find those technologies that will help the warfighter do better things. But they're not just going to get a faster horse, they're going to get a helicopter. And those are the kind of things that made a big difference, to where that program, that and another concept that was just really raising the roof, the StratFi, the strategic finance. So basically it was syndicating dollars, 15 million syndicated with 15 million somewhere else in the government, syndicated with 30 million of private sector dollars, is a lot bigger check than the $50,000 white paper. So looking at that span of what Sam was talking about, from the very early stage to where we're getting them closer to prototyping and on to products that we can actually use, not just in the defense sector, but in the dual use sector especially. That's where we find the best relationship. But that turned a $10 million SBIR program to over $1 billion last year. And that's interesting. But what's compelling is 1,800 companies on contract, 70% of which had never worked with the government before. And those are the kind of things that it's easy to kind of just, I guess it's hard to hate people when you know people. And the more we find ways where companies can work and it can be mutually beneficial for both the private sector and the government to work together, is where we really find that we're having those successes. That has changed the game. It's allowed people to come on sole source contracts. Those 70% that didn't have that opportunity now have that opportunity. They're not all going to be successful. And we as the taxpayers and we as the people working in the government have to understand that that means there is risk. If we're going to play in this game, anywhere we talk about investment, there is risk involved. And we have to understand that if we don't incentivize risk by trying to win this techno-economic competition, then we're going to lose. And so I think we kind of have a decision to make when we talk about technology and financing right now, is are we going to play this competition to win, or are we going to play this competition to keep from losing? And that is really what we're starting to see more and more, both politically, across the career, across the private sector. People are they see what this is. Our eyes are wide open now. We understand that we are in a competition here that we have a competitive advantage on. We have to make sure that we understand why we're doing what we're doing, and then leverage our competitive advantage to make sure that we win this. Because if we don't, it's going to be a lot different. We see some of the stuff where technology can change the day in Ukraine, when we talk about bigger types of conflicts and different type of interactions, we're not going to want to see that picture if we don't get our act together and make sure that we're winning that fight.
Right. Yeah.
I think one thing we haven't been talking about up here, something I spent a lot of my time thinking about, is all the investment coming in from China. We have a lot of money, the VCs have a lot of money here, but China has a lot of money, and they have a spray and pray philosophy that they don't care about risk. They just invest very widely. Now that has been changing. They started this investment policy in the year 2000. This is when the Chinese government allowed its nationals to start investing abroad. And of course, you know about the Belt and Road Initiative and the infrastructure investments, but those are largely from the government. But the investments that are happening in Silicon Valley and otherwise in the innovation ecosystem are broad. They're in the dog walking apps as well as the hardware. But we have seen a diminution of investments, especially overt investments, including because of strengthening and tightening of CFIUS and sanctions and other regulatory tools. But what we have seen instead is they're going underground. They're becoming LPs. They're investing in companies offshore that are then investing in U.S. businesses, U.S. tech. And so it's a little bit of a cat and mouse. When we ramp up the restrictions and the reviews, they find other ways around. The reason this is a problem, and I guess I don't really have to explain it to this audience, is that if you're on the inside of a company, and frankly, the dirty little secret here is that even just reviewing the pitches, even before you're investing, even just reviewing, you get a great deal of information about where the state of the art is, a strategic vision. But it's hard to regulate who the interns are at a VC. I mean, short of outside the visa system, of course. But what we have been trying to do is ensure that we don't have adversarial investments, even as LPs, in the critical little tech areas that DoD or elsewhere in the USG are interested in procuring. To that end, Wes talked about SBIRs. The SBIR and SITR reauthorization bill 2022 provided a requirement, a mandate for a foci analysis that before granting a SBIR or a SITR, the government has to ensure that there is no adversarial or somebody from a country of concern. We can go through the list: China, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, but really Russia, but really it's China. So now there's this new requirement, which is great. There is a requirement to pay back monies gained if they're subject to misstatements or change of structure of the company. So that's terrific. I was part of a program, the Standing Up Trusted Capital Marketplace, which tried to get at this, tried to ensure that there's adequate investment from trusted sources rather than companies going to China, because China, frankly, is still writing term sheets that are very generous up and down around the valley. And so this is something that we think a lot about, and those of us up here, and I'm sure a lot of you as well. And so this continues to be of concern.
That's great.
Yeah, and I can sort of add on to that. One of the things that InQtel does is we have a board observer position. So we're not on the board of directors, but when we invest in a company, we are sitting in the boardroom. And so I think at any given time, we have about 300 or so boards that we are attending meetings for. And so we see this from the company side, right? So we're often sort of in those conversations where they're talking about raising the next round and the term sheets that are coming in. And I will say that over the last several years, that used to be something that no one in Silicon Valley thought about at all in terms of like where that money was coming from. it was green. That was all they needed. You know, they needed to build their business. And obviously, because of CFIUS, a lot of the other regulations that have come, like it's much more scrutinized, even at the company side of things. And I think there's just greater awareness as to what the risks are of taking money, and particularly for companies that do then want to sell back into the federal government. Going back to one other thing that you had mentioned, Sabra, was that if you look at the venture, you know, just sort of general venture capital ecosystem, it is a very dynamic ecosystem. You know, it's changing constantly. And if you looked at it 5 years ago, totally different from today. We're talking about a lot of firms that are really excited about dual use. 5 years from now, that could be totally different, right? I think that's one thing that's very constant is that there's a lot of change. These VC firms are not necessarily these like entities that live long lives. You know, they're really centered around this 3-year fund. So they invest for 3 years, and then they, you know, basically try to recoup their money within the 10-year frame, or 7 or 10 years. And so it's very much, you know, if the government pulls back and the government is no longer sort of out there actively funding and engaging with companies in Silicon Valley, the nature of those firms will go away, right? They will stop investing in things that have dual use. And then the second thing I'll say generally is that venture is a very relationship-oriented business. That's the other piece where I think one of the real advantages, or one of the best things about In-Q-Tel is that because it's been around for 20 years and we've co-invested with so many investors, there's a trust level there that, you know, we're not over-promising. We're bringing, you know, potentially a new use case, interesting, hard problem to the table, but then we're sort of there with the company to walk them through, you know, how to develop to that use case, and you know, and bring their technology in to be leveraged toward sort of, you know, national missions. One of the challenges I think that has been with sort of some of the DoD models has been how quickly people move in and out of those positions, and so it's hard to sort of maintain those relationships over time. And so I think it's great that, you know, there are some organizations I think that are being stood up to, you know, both help convene, I guess, all of those different people together that will have some longevity, as well as, you know, offices that are stood up that I think also will have staying power, and so be able to build up that trust within the ecosystem.
Can you explain how In-Q-Tel has been able to do that for the IC? Like, how do you do both, right? Because you have to have the government side, right? You have to have people that are inside the building. And then you have the people on the outside.
I think one of the smartest things was setting up In-Q-Tel as outside of the government, right? So In-Q-Tel is actually set up as a 501c3. So, you know, not for profit, but all of our money comes from contract with CIA and a number of other agencies that contract through CIA. And so as a result, In-Q-Tel as an organization is able to sort of build up a team of technologists and investors. We have about, I think, somewhere between 150 and 200 people. Most of those people are cleared. Most of them have been working at In-Q-Tel for, you know, 5, 10, 15 years. And so able to, I guess, have the connectivity inside the building. In each one of those organizations that we're working with, we also have something that's called a In-Q-Tel Interface Center. And so I think that's actually been really key to the success of In-Q-Tel, is having people, you know, blue and green badgers in the building whose job it is to connect In-Q-Tel and the companies with the end users. And again, you know, sort of to follow those programs through to their pilots and their adoptions at the end of it. So I think it's just kind of a longevity piece, but also a commitment and a long-term commitment on the part of the intelligence agencies and the intelligence community writ large to continue that partnership.
Fantastic. So I love that each of you represent a different perspective as to how we can help support the overall national security challenges that we have. But question here, if Congress cuts defense spending, Will private capital fill the gap? Wes, do you want to kick us off on that?
I mean, I don't think that's an answerable question, to be frank. Like, if it depends is the obvious answer. If Congress cuts defense spending, we're going to, the Defense Department's going to spend the money that they're appropriated in line with the kind of direction of the executive branch. I think for the private sector, they're going to have incentives because, like we said earlier, they're not going to just give money because the goodness of their heart. Like that's not. They wouldn't be very good investors, and they wouldn't be investors very long if that was what they like to do. I do think in this conversation, you guys, many of you have seen, you've probably seen like the different interactions going on the Hill lately. There's a lot of sentiment in this space about, to be frank, there's a lot of conversations about the sticks that come along with this carrot and stick conversation. There's CFIUS, there's the TikToks, there's all the things that you're seeing where we're going to tell people what they can't do in the private sector. And when we talk about everywhere from those two technologists in the garage building that cool technology all the way up to big companies that have shareholders, you can only tell them what they can't do so long before they have to go somewhere else. I can only punish my kids so long until I can give them dessert. Like, you have to have carrots and sticks. This conversation goes the same way. And so will the private sector fill? I think that there's ways to be. One of the things we're doing is to find ways to be more efficient with the taxpayer dollars, as efficient as possible, and make sure that we leverage tools that can help incentivize that. Whether we can convince them that it meets that so they don't put all their money, so Sam doesn't invest in that dog walking app, then that's to be seen. If they cut, there's obviously less money to do that with, and there's less ways to be efficient and effective with that. But I mean, it would depend how much and depend where it's going. And ultimately, there's also a lot of direction as to where that money needs to be spent, as appropriated dollars are. But our hope is to maximize those relationships and make sure that we can make mutually beneficial. So there's a point where our private capital markets and our public sector investment in technology, where those two can both win, where we have scenarios where with an investment, with the technology development, the public sector can win, the government can win, the taxpayers can win, and the private sector, the investors can maintain their status as an investor. And that's the sweet spot that we're working on.
I also wanted to add that that any major budget cut wouldn't likely affect the kind of emerging technology we're talking about, which is small dollars. We're not spending, it's budget dust essentially, the kind of money that goes into emerging tech. And so I think there's, especially because of Ukraine, I think there's a greater awareness now of the value of emerging tech, and that if there were budget cuts, that they wouldn't affect so much the emerging tech.
So let's switch that question then. How do we incentivize private capital to fill in the gaps and do what it is that we need to have done? What is a different way that we go about that? Oh,
well, OSC. I mean, I think I think Wes has got it.
So it's kind of it's hard to get in this setting to kind of get to the details as to what one of the things that we're working on. But let me give it a shot. During COVID, I spent a year at the Development Finance Corporation, coming out of COVID and working on how do we live. Yeah, as a matter of fact.
We worked together.
And we kind of saw that we found out some of these tools that are out there, like working with the Small Business Administration. Like, we just made an announcement yesterday that we're working a partnership with the Small Business Administration to leverage the SBIC program. And I talked about it earlier with Sputnik, Small Business Investment Company. And for one of the kind of the bigger theme is that if a fund that we trust, that has years of experience, that has been vetted and licensed by the Small Business Administration as an SBIC, is able to raise a fund, for the purposes of this conversation, we'll say they were going to raise a $10 million fund to focus on whatever they wanted to focus on. We'll say they look at it and they see a dog walking app that they could probably get a 3x return on. Or if they look over in quantum, they think that's probably going to be a 2x return. Well, that's not really an option. They have to take the fund manager has to go where they're going to get the best returns. But if we come in, and what the SBIC does is it comes in with dollars in the form of debt, loans or loan guarantees that come alongside that $10 million, and we'll say makes that a $30 million fund. And now, instead of us taking that $20 million that we would put somewhere else, maybe in the form of grants, there's more efficiencies that gain from loans. We won't get into that now, but they bring that $20 million alongside this investor who has 15 years of experience focusing in quantum computing, and now he can convince the fund manager can convince his investors that they can get the same returns because of how the lower weighted average cost of capital. They can get the same returns from the dog walking app than they would from the quantum computing, which is the hard tech that we need to. That mechanism, that program, allows that to be an option. So this is in 1960, 2/3 of all venture capital was SBICs. We've kind of gone away from that because everybody's invested in dog walking apps because it makes more money for the investors. So we're trying to get back to, instead of e-commerce and SaaS platforms, how do we focus on the hard tech? The Department of Defense has 14 critical technology areas, and if you'll look at those aren't F-35s and they're not tanks. They're the things that go into those. If we buy an F-35 that doesn't have the pieces, then we can't access it, then that doesn't do us any good. And so the part about it is the Department of Defense doesn't buy those things. We buy the finished product. We acquire that. So we need to make sure that those technologies are available. This is one way to do that. It also, there's no one in the DoD that's going to be investing better than the investors that do this for their job. Yeah. So if we're going to put our money down alongside the investors that do this, and we're going to trust that they understand, they're not going to make bets. Like you said, if they're not going to make a profit, they're not going to put their money down. So if they can't find, if they're going to find a commercially viable option, they're going to be the ones to find it. We need to kind of trust in that, like we talked about our competitive advantage. These types of tools are much more efficient with taxpayer dollars. These aren't the types of tools that we buy F-35s with. There's acquisitions and there's other things. And I think that is what we're really working on, is making sure that we bring the toolbox with all the tools to the tools in it. And when we look at a problem set and we see a nail, that we don't take out a screwdriver and start hitting it, that we actually have the tools that we need to do that. That goes with financial terms. I would also like to back up with, especially with a lot of people in the room, and we talked about the carrots and sticks earlier. For those of you that do not have a basic knowledge in the Intel community of how venture capital works, how investment works, in the next couple years, you are going to see that problem set in front of you. I promise. It's becoming more and more a part of your job. If you haven't already, you soon will. I recommend educating yourself in this space because this is the next space that we're playing in. And it is going to be incumbent on you to understand the basics of some of the things they see. How does venture capital work? How does private equity work? What is the difference and where is it? I challenge you to take that on. I promise you it will be beneficial in your personal and professional life, but it's going to be critical to the success of our Intel community going forward.
That's great, Wes. Go ahead, Sam.
Can I add one thing to that? I mean, what all investors are looking for is an edge, is a way to beat the other investors out there. To your point of, do I need a 3x or a 2x? I'd rather have a 10x, but that's fine. Like, we need to find a way to do that. So would I invest in a quantum company over a dog walking app? Yes, if that company could give me some insight, particularly how we get to conviction is largely through customers. What DoD is one of the largest customers in the world. And a way to provide signal from all the noise in the amount of money that comes out of the Pentagon would be the most valuable thing. Over dollars, over everything else, signal would be the clearest thing. That's very difficult to do. Having worked in acquisition, it's very hard to do, to give signal that's different than all the other things that are out there. But I think OSC is one of those capabilities, has the potential to be one of those capabilities. In-Q-Tel is one of those capabilities. You know, as an investor, when we see In-Q-Tel on a cap table, because you've been around for 23 years at this point, we know what that means. Like, we know it means that In-Q-Tel believes there is some future in it. Is why it's, you know, this is a risky business. That doesn't mean they're guaranteeing us they're gonna buy hundreds of millions of dollars from this company, but it at least shows us that they have a pipeline, and we have a track record of success of companies that have gone through that pipeline. So if you can give edge to investors, they will follow along.
Fantastic. A follow-on to that statement is a question from the audience. DIU has been successful by helping private sector work against hard problems that we have. Then they help private sector get DoD to the DoD problems with acquisition assistance, and we know DIU has been fantastic in utilizing OTAs and other alternative authorities in a way that nobody else has been able to do. So I would also say InQtel has been fantastic in helping address specific problems that we experience within the intelligence community. How do we help organizations, those 154 innovation organizations across DoD, as well as the untold others within the USG, how do we help them better address the hard problems? Katie, can you,
Well,
go ahead.
Sorry, from my experience at DIU when I was general counsel, I mean, I think one of the key tools that DIU has, several key tools, one of which is the use of the Other Transactions Authority. And not every organization has the authority to use use OTs. And frankly, I think OTs should be really widely disseminated. If you're not familiar with the Other Transactions Authority, it is an authority, it's an acquisition authority that's not a FAR-based contracting, which has certain provisions that are required in each contract. But it's an agreement that is highly negotiable, and it's not intimidating to non-traditional companies, providers of technology. And it is really made a huge difference in being able to get technology from the commercial sector into DoD. The other is the strong ties DIU has in the innovation ecosystem, that they do a lot of market research. They touch base with the VCs, they know the companies, and so they really have a sense of what capabilities are out there. And when they do the problem, as Wes was talking about, moving away from the requirement system, and the problem, and DIU it was really at the forefront of moving away from requirements. They put out a solicitation called a CSO, Commercial Solutions opening that says, we have this problem, not requirements, but we have this problem. What do you have that's already available in the commercial sector that can help fill this need? And I think those are two areas that other organizations could certainly imitate. I mean, the whole idea of DIU was to prototype this kind of acquisition process.
That's great. I love it. Let's riff on that a moment. Go ahead, Katie.
Oh yeah, I was going to just add to that also that I think a big piece of that success has been making the problems more well-known, just publicizing the problems, talking about the problems. Obviously, the IC works in a lot of classified spaces, but I think the more kind of cross-pollinization there is between private sector and IC, the more people understand the hard problems. And so I'm a huge advocate for trying to make it easier for people to go in and out of the IC from the private sector, which I know is not an easy thing, particularly around kind of like classifications and anyway, so I think that is one big thing. And the other two is recognizing that the problems aren't always that different, right? Even the hard problems are not that different in many ways from what the commercial sector is looking at. And so just having situational awareness of what's happening in the private sector, in some of our big tech companies that are developing some of the most transformational, I guess, disruptive technologies, is just having that awareness of the capabilities that are out there, when we're looking at things like cloud and crypto and, generative AI, ChatGPT, like these are going to be completely, or some of them have been, will be completely transformational, and they will be able to be applied to hard problems, and they're also going to probably create other hard problems.
And last, very fast question, which is, let's do a round robin, which is, okay, what specific technologies that would address national security problems do you think need to be funded by private equity? Sam, how about you start? And then we come down this way.
So sorry, is the question
private equity
private capital in
private
general?
Capital,
What technologies have a national security application that could be funded by private capital? All right, so just off the top of my head, autonomy, AI, both have like huge markets. Space is the biggest that's active right now. I'm very interested in fusion and energy, and if that space is going to go, electrification, decarbonization are all sort of on our hit list of things that have a national security application that I want to see some government funding along with my private investments as well.
Perfect.
I agree, and I'd point back to the 14 critical technology areas that the DoD focuses on specifically. If I'm going to be specific, outside of what are being commercially viable right now, the two that I think are really interesting right now are biotech and quantum. If we can find ways to help there, I think there's ways to make patient capital make a big impact there, and I think that's a competition we need to be ahead of.
They're taking all the good ones already here. I guess I would add to that also, I think that there's tremendous technology innovation and being developed essentially in the cyber realm. Obviously everything on the commercial side in cyber is defensive oriented. We just had the national cyber strategy come out. I think there's going to be a lot of private investment in technologies, both on the defensive side, but that also informs, I think, in many ways, kind of the offensive capabilities as well. And I do happen to lead the cyber investment practice at Incubators.
So I would echo all of the above. The one thing we haven't mentioned, batteries.
Oh, yeah.
Batteries.
Good call.
So many battery technologies have moved to China. China is the lead in these batteries. I know the Inflation Reduction Act is giving all kinds of credits and incentives to invest in battery. But this is really going to drive so much, both commercial and DoD and elsewhere in national security. And so there's just not enough investment in batteries.
Great. Wonderful. Well, thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for being here. That's great.
Thank you to all the panelists as I take a picture. We're going to break. Please be back at 3:15. There's a refreshment break. Thank you to Google Cloud for sponsoring our refreshment break. We'll see you back here 3:15 for the last panel. Go ahead and take your seats, and we'll get ready for the next panel. But before the next panel, I wanted to just share a few comments with you about some upcoming INSA events. Next week, on Tuesday, March 14th, we will be hosting Doug Wade, who is from the Defense Intelligence Agency, and he's chief of their new China Mission Group. And we'll be having him for a virtual coffee and conversation, and we look forward to hearing what he has to say about his priorities. We have over 600 people registered for that event, so it's going to be really great. Also, as Larry mentioned earlier, on March 20th, we'll have the day-long, or the panel on the state of the trusted workforce. That's on March 20th. And then I wanted to let everyone know we're going to be down in Huntsville, Alabama on the 12th and 13th of April. So if you're down in Huntsville, please join us, or maybe you have some colleagues that you could have join us. We'll be there for the second time. And we'll be having an evening program and networking reception. And our speaker will be Tanya Yurgowitz, the Assistant Director of the FBI's Intelligence Directorate. Then on the morning of April 13th, we're going to have a panel discussion, classified, that focuses on space and missile defense. And if you have colleagues, again, please spread the word. We'd love to see them there. Now I'm pleased to welcome to the stage Lauren Yokel-Kelly, who is Vice President of National Security Sector, Booz Allen Hamilton, who will introduce our moderator.
Thank you, John. Booz Allen is a long-standing supporter of INSA and the important work being done is supporting the public-private partnerships. As our world continues to become more interconnected and data-driven, we need to continue to leverage the rapid pace of technological change as a force multiplier to strengthen our analysis ability to analyze massive amounts of data, to enable situational understanding and ultimately gain a decision advantage over our adversaries. We need to bring the power of data to our systems and our people. The strength and uniqueness of our intelligence community is founded on our talent. Our purpose-driven mission focus is on gaining the high ground with speed and agility to be ahead of the threats. We can do that by harnessing the power of data. It is now my pleasure to introduce the moderator of today's closing panel, Kristen Wood, the former CEO of Gristmill Exchange, and a former senior executive at the CIA. During her 20-year CIA career, she served in 3 directorates: analysis, operations, and digital innovation, specializing in transforming existing programs and building new capabilities. Ms. Wood was a briefer on the President's Daily Brief for Vice President Cheney and his National Security Advisor. She led the Director's Analytics Support Team, built and led the agency's Advanced Analyst Program, and served as the Deputy Chief of a Middle East-focused operations division. Her final role in government was as the Deputy Director of the Innovation and Technology Group at the Open Source Center. Please join me in welcoming Kristen Wood.
It is terrific to be here today. It's been such an amazing set of panels and discussions so far, so we look forward to continuing that. And I have to say, for most of my 20-year career, the sentence I'm about to say would be hard for me to imagine, but I'm really, really excited to talk about data. It is really front and center in all the conversations we've had today, and then leading into today's panel, where we really wanted to get the opportunity to talk to those who are leading in the efforts to understand data across their enterprises. And so we're really, really lucky today to have our panel to discuss that, take what we've built so far today and add to it. So I'm actually going to start at this end with David Armitage. He is from State Department's INR, and he is the Senior Analytic Advisor to the whole effort. And so, David, I really want to just have you talk a little bit about how your career, how you got to this point, and how your organization is addressing the data challenges, particularly related to open source.
Well, thank you very much, Kristen, and thank you to INSA and everyone for the opportunity to participate. It's a real honor to be here. INR, the Bureau of Intelligence and Research, has dealt in an open source, open data environment in many ways, and my career has, I've encountered that throughout my career. But as with much of life, circumstances played a big part. Early on, it was not a data-driven decision to join the State Department. I was finishing up grad school many years ago and looking for job opportunities. I decided not to pursue a tenure track path in academe. Not that I don't like the university atmosphere, I do. I still enjoy teaching, but I was really attracted to the nitty-gritty of Washington and U.S. foreign policy. So there was an opening at the State Department in the Office of Analysis for Europe, and my job there was to understand the European Union, to help strengthen transatlantic relations by helping policymakers navigate the very complex dynamics of the EU institutions and its member states. I'm probably going to date myself a little bit here, so forgive me, but when I first started, it was under Secretary of State Colin Powell, and one of his main initiatives was to make sure that analysts had access to the internet on their desks. Ooh. We had a top secret terminal at my desk. We had to share a secret level terminal amongst about 10, 15 people. And then we had one internet terminal that we could all sort of stand in line with. And so that's just to give a little bit of perspective of how we've come thus far to where we can toggle between domains and engage in access to information across different classifications. It also is a foreshadowing of some of the things we've heard thus far in previous panels with respect to the changes that are underway over the next 10, 15, 20 years. As far as what we're doing as a bureau, we have recently are in the process of standing up an open source coordination unit. We produce information across all domains, including at the unclassified level, and we can get into that a bit more as the panel progresses.
David. So Chris, I'm really happy to have you here today too. Chris Rasmussen. He is the program director for the Terraline program at the National Geospatial Agency and a noted and frequent commentator on open source and its possibilities for mission. So Chris, I'm thinking really for a lot of the interns in the audience and the folks that come from a variety of sectors, can you tell us a little bit about how you've gotten to this place and a little bit about how you and your organization are thinking about open source?
Sure. How I got kind of started in kind of the startup space inside of a large organization goes back to the intelligence reforms after 9/11, when the DNI was stood up, and around that time, also on the outside world, there were a lot of these Web 2.0 technologies like wikis, blogs, social tagging services that were starting to blossom. And the concept and the energy post around 2005 to kind of flatten out and to shift this culture from the failures of 9/11 was to bring those tools inside the enterprise. And I was involved with that effort to help stand up, and promote Intellipedia, the Intel Link suite. And it sounds pedestrian now to say, yeah, there's a corporate wiki and we, collaborate and we have version control. But the idea of doing that in 2004 and 5 inside the intelligence community was a radical concept. Again, we talked about this in the hallway, less than professional messages were left on my answering machine about helping doing this. So it seems, again, pedestrian now. That kind of started me in the startup space. That's what I've specialized in. There are folks that are very, very good at executing programs, and we need that. That's not what I've been focused on. I like to do things that have never been done before, or when somebody says, this is not a good idea, or why would we do that? That's when I get interested in doing something. And in the open source space, I've done that as well. So I led an effort called the GeoInt Pathfinder about 5 years before COVID, looking at the commercialization of space and what it meant to NGA. And we had a 100% unclassified unit with the Allies, the Army, and the Marine Corps present to do everything 100% unclassified, to draw down and to advise the organization on what to do moving into the future. That's where Tearline came from. There was some things like classification reform. A lot of the lessons learned helped declassify hundreds of overclassified line items that were from the 1980s. It was just outdated information. And Tearline was built to deliver content outside the SCIF around the clock. So you can go to this now. You can go to www.tearline.mil, and we have apps in both the Apple Store and Google Play. That's the public-facing side that runs that everybody can see. And that's been very, very successful. So I'll talk a little bit more about what I think the next steps are and share kind of the proxies of success, delivering content mobily and how that's been used and how we really need to scale it out much more.
And can you talk a little bit about what kind of data is in Tearline? Because it's not, if I think NGA, it may not be what I would have typically thought was in there.
Yeah, there is commercial imagery. So we partner with nonprofits to create useful open source content that can be used internally and a benefit to them as well. It's basically publication credit. So you think of Tearline as kind of an NJ-sponsored journal. NJ will cover the commercial imagery cost, but that's one source of many that are in the articles. So you'll see social media analytics. There's been machine learning and AI pipelines that have been built. Ground photography, financial information. So it's not just overhead stuff, but that's a part of it because that's one of the main anchors of the application. The good thing about talking about Tearline is everyone can just see it. You can see it right now. So it's kind of like, hey, we're doing cool stuff in the SCIF, trust us. And it's very easy to see what's being done. And this is being done by 20-year-old college students all the way to think tankers. So it can be done. I think the issue now that we're seeing is how do we do this at scale and keep it on the unclassified side? I think there are inherent limits of the fusion view. I think that we've reached kind of the ceiling of the open source is just another int, and it needs to be fused with classified information on the high side. I think that construct is outdated. And I've said this many times in the past, in Pathfinder, that will not scale. I say this at every conference, everybody laughs, and then we go back to work and try to do this. We are not gonna rehost the internet on JWix. And then we laugh, and then we go back and try to do it. So again, keep it on the unclassified side. There are ways to do cross-domain fusion, but this concept that open source is the perpetual int to classified information, I believe is inherently flawed when we've reached the ceiling of the utility of that view.
I look forward to talking about that a little bit more too.
Sure.
I know, he has strong feelings on this, and they're really, really informed. So thank you for that. Devin, it's great to have you here. Devin Blake, she's the Senior Director for Global Security at Premise Data, and long history with the military as well. So tell us a little bit about your background and how you got to Premise.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kristen. So 24 years on active duty as an Army intelligence officer. And when I transitioned in 2019, decided I wanted to go into a scrappy startup and, in my mind, not necessarily do something that involved intelligence per se. So a little bit different. And I, back in 1991, when I had put on the uniform, we did a form of OSINT, looking through newspapers and scraping and determining, back in the old school prior to having all the accessibility to the internet. And then throughout my career, obviously touched it. But in 2016 to 18, while I was in a brigade command, we were part of the pilot program, so 66 of my brigade, falling under United States Army Europe, now United States Army Europe Africa. And part of that United States Army Europe Open Source Center concept was being developed during that time. And it was really exciting just to see how we were building this multinational type force that could help provide information looking east. And considering the National Defense Strategy hadn't yet changed from counterterrorism to great power competition. And so as we were looking, and part of the mission of the 66 of my brigade was to debrief the Ukrainian soldiers. Now again, this is 16 to 18, post-Crimea, that were coming off of the Eastern Front. And that was not in the news. The fact that at that time there was active fighting, there were Ukrainian soldiers that would come off the battlefield, and we would do those debriefings, and it was extremely revealing to recognize, and in my mind I thought, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and we're not ready. And so as part of that open source center pilot program, it eventually turned into what's now Northern Raven. In 2019, that was stood up, and that is that multinational force, and they have been tremendously effective. They fall under the brigade that I commanded, and they are tremendously effective right now for the efforts in Ukraine. So super exciting, to have been a part of that.
That sounds amazing. So one of the things that's probably true, given that we've all been doing this for a couple of decades, is that when we started our career, open source was a bit of an afterthought. And in my own experience, it was more like garnish on the plate versus the meat and potatoes of a story. And widely true that there's also notable exceptions, so that's not a ding at all. It's the state of where media and TV and other things were at the time. So fast forward to social media and online media, and obviously that changed things dramatically, and now we're in this era of the digital interconnectivity of devices where commercial data and publicly available data is just growing by the zettabyte, and at least on par with, if not outpacing, the scope and scale of what the government collects, the government originated data. And so if we think about where we are now, and could you talk a little bit about your programs and what you're seeing open source offer as far as an impact on mission? And maybe Chris, I'll start with you on that one.
Sure. So if you look at the Tearline content, I think one of the challenges that we're seeing and where next steps are, I'll talk to some of the successes, but I think that we also have to talk about scale beyond this. Open source is still primarily viewed as a collection discipline in many entities. That is not, there is a public definition of OSINT in 2006, and it also includes dissemination. So even if you're buying great subscriptions, you create and automate, you build this awesome computer vision pipeline, you still have to summarize your findings to the educated outsider and audience. There is an output side of that. And when you look into Tearline, the amount of labor that it takes to do one of those articles is about 4 to 5 months to be able to produce original research. So I think that just the collect it all, automate it all, that there's some goodness there. But the journal article, if you will, of the particles that are spinning around in the Hadron Collider, where is the output going to be put? It's going to go into a journal article of 4 paragraphs and some pictures. And to me, that's where the next steps are, is while Tearline has shown that we can do partnerships with external labor, NGA does provide a consulting services to the Tearline articles. We do provide the imagery, but the primary on-keyboard labor is coming from college students and coming from think tankers. The question is, where is the unclassified production with our own labor kept on the unclassified side for massive sharing? Where are the mobile apps that are delivering this around the clock with an agency logo on it? Not lesser data or caveated situation awareness reporting, but the real deal. And I think that's the next step. So if you look at Tearline, it's awesome, and we have a ton of success stories how it's used and cited. But I do think that that the next step is, where is this going to be produced? And I just think there are inherent limits of the cited in a classified product view. There are ways to do fusion without rehosting. The technology is there. It's not a technology issue. It's more of a mindset.
Mm-hmm. So if you could share just a few of those success stories, just because
Sure.
I think sometimes, and I'm sure none of the folks who think this are in this room, it still is regarded as an afterthought.
Correct.
As you said, there isn't a career service. The functional role and responsibility across the IC belongs with OSE, Open Source Enterprise, but their staff is microscopic compared to something like NSA or NGA. Mm-hmm. So I think it's just important to level set to say, the kinds of impacts you're seeing that it's able to have. Just a few examples would be great.
Yeah, as a proxy of this is not our labor, but I don't think people necessarily care as long as it's useful. So Tearline has been used in official products and the basis of official products at NGA. It is on economic distros at the Treasury Department, our economic reporting that comes out. It's been used by the Ukraine content has been used downrange by our partners and allies in that effort. The human rights abuse content with the abuses of the Uyghurs in Western China has been embedded into official State Department social media campaigns to bring pressure to that issue. It's been used at NSA laboratories and DARPA laboratories as kind of a structured base to refine machine learning models. It's also backed by a congressionally directed action to produce more China content. So we have to report out the number of articles that we put out on China because Congress wants us to crank out more Tearline and public content on China's malign activities and get it into the public space. So we report those out to HIPSI, CISI, and others every September. And you'll see the China content on Belt Road content, military modernization issues that are inside of Tearline.
That's terrific. Thank you. Devin, so for you, I know you talked a little bit about how open source really has had an effect in your military career. And I know Premise does a lot of work on lots of things that are outside of this kind of space. And I think just for folks in the audience to have a sense of how else it's supporting other kinds of missions, would love to hear a little bit about that from you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Kristen. So Premise, just to caveat, is not an int. It's human-enabled information, so very different than intelligence that's fused. And I think that's an important differentiation within the IC as understanding what is information and then what leads to intelligence itself. And obviously pulling together those data layers can lead to the intelligence outcome. So Premise in particular uses crowdsourcing in order to inform ground truth. So a couple of use cases during COVID, for example, when the United States, everything from NGOs through public sector, couldn't have, for lack of a better term, boots on the ground in remote areas, for example, in Africa. And they really wanted organizations, everyone from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunizations, really wanted to garner the truth of what was happening on the ground. So for example, vaccines may have been sent over, and there was an inability to be able to determine whether or not they were being distributed, or if there were conspiracy theories specific to taking the vaccines, and what are the hours of operations of varying clinics? Are they being refrigerated? Are they being giving out for free? Or are they charging for these vaccines? And so Premise would pay individuals via an app, everything in app, meaning individuals could choose whether they want it to be paid in local currency, cryptocurrency, or data, and anywhere, literally anywhere in the world. And so individuals will provide information that is ground truth, so different than the disinformation that's out there, and then be able to build in a visualization tool It's an Esri backbone that we have, and be able to visualize. So the photos of the vaccines inside the refrigerators, as well as the data layers that inform those decision makers of truly what is on the ground. So it's an incredibly powerful app. And then where OSINT could potentially come in and where we've used it is incorporating, for example, GDELT and ACLID data. So specifically looking at these platforms that are out there that are free and open to the public that truly emphasize events on a global scale. So without the Western viewpoint, but being able to take that global viewpoint in, and then it's helped us to be able to build predictive analytics by recognizing what is going on in conflict zones, for example, or other events, looking at potential protests, and then being able to ask individuals on the ground and looking for indicators and warnings that can help, again, inform decision that can make a big difference. So it's been fun to be able to use the analytics side to be able to pull in the information as well as those OSINT sources, fuse that in order to help inform decision.
Well, it's really interesting to hear as a commercial company, so for government, it's commercial data, right?
Yes.
But you're using open source data to inform commercial practice. And it gets a lot to things that are in the art of the possible now that, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, we wouldn't have even fantasized about. And this is such a great example of it. And we live in this rich world where there's so much that's available now out in the commercial world. And I'm constantly amazed by what companies can do and the insights they can draw from no access to classified information in any way, shape, or form, and nobody with a clearance. And so it seems like there's a lot out there that's available. And so, David, for you, if you think about your mission at INR, and INR is really noted for doing a lot already in the open source world, what is it you need? What is it that open source is giving you? And then what do you need from industry and elsewhere to further your mission?
So that's a great question. I think in some respects, we face a paradox in INR. INR is the oldest civilian all-source intelligence element in the intelligence community in the US. It was formed when the OSS was disbanded at the end of World War II. There are all these geographers and pollsters and reference librarians, et cetera. They didn't know what to do with them, so they said, just toss them to the State Department, see what happens. So we've been there ever since, and so a lot of the people who were at the beginning of INR were trained in these open source methods, in these quantitative and qualitative methods for getting information. It was a much different era, but we've continued that tradition. At the same time, we're one of the smallest elements in the IC today, and as a result, and we're also part of the Department of State, which is awash in data, much of it still unstructured and siloed, with almost 170 missions and embassies around the world. Many of them are tethered to headquarters, but a lot of them aren't. They may have their own data streams, they may have their own networks. And so we try to leverage our participation in the rest of the intelligence community, but also with the advances that are happening within the Department of State. For example, Secretary Blinken's modernization agenda, data is a big part of that. There's an Enterprise Data Council, of which INR is one of the members. There's an Enterprise Data Strategy. We've instituted Data for Diplomacy Awards, where there are actual use cases where we infuse data. For example, there's a great example where diplomatic security was able to basically take geospatial data in a particular country where it was relatively safe for family members of foreign service officers and others in the embassy to live and work. But further out of the city, it became a little bit less safe. And then on the border areas, it was even less safe than that. And so they were able to, when you have limited resources for protection, they did a project which basically helped to identify where the maximum use for distribution of diplomatic security and personnel. So we're doing a lot of things in that regard. Within INR, there's a humanitarian information unit that is unclassified, does wonderful information graphics, refugee flows, very popular during the, not the flows, unfortunately, but I mean the information graphics with Russia, Ukraine. We have our foreign surveys, foreign opinion surveys that are at the FOUO, and policymakers really like that. Now during COVID, a lot of analysts who work in SCIFs had to be home. So you would think, oh, what are they going to do? Well, other than practicing their language skills and watching YouTube and things like that, we instituted a brand new product called the Commentary, which was completely unclassified, drawing on open sources. It was unclassified for official use only, but they're policy relevant topics that were relevant to policymaker questions. And they were a huge hit because many of the policymakers themselves were at home, and so they were able to use them for their purposes as well. Finally, just within INR, our motto right now is called Intelligence Empowering Diplomacy. Now, we've heard a lot today about competitive advantage, but in my mind, the foundation of competitive advantage is understanding. And that's what I think of when I think of intelligence. Intelligence is more than secrets in my view. It's also about the appropriate context and information that can help senior policymakers reduce the risk of uncertainty in making decisions about the future. It's very much strategic intent, which may be hard to pull out at the ground level, but is extremely important. And so having context, understanding, and expertise, which includes a lot of open source material and data, knowing how to filter the reams of data and curate it in a way that is manageable and accessible to the policymaker, to me, that's where the real competitive advantage resides.
So if you think about how industry could help you and what it is you're most afraid you're going to get, could you maybe talk about both of those?
Sure. Well, apart from asking for a few more resources, since we're relatively small in the grand scheme of things, we're dustlint of the budget. I think one area that would be really phenomenal for analysts in our bureau would be to somehow have enterprise licenses as opposed to single issue licenses. Too often we'll hear about some phenomenal technology or tool that's in another part of the department or in the IC, but we're, quote, outside the paywall. And so that is an impediment to practicing and training, and then being able to use those tools across their domains. For example, we may have been given a wonderful tool, but it is not connected to the internet, and therefore we can't really practice and use it. I think industry can help, particularly with the Department of State, in a lot of natural language processing tools, because there's a great deal of open space in that area, number of questions and products that we're engaged in, whether it is respect to a machine translation from Python to Mandarin. We don't care. We just need the skills. And so I think industry could really be helpful in a couple of those cases.
So Chris, we had a chance to talk a little bit about this in a pre-call, but I mean, the intelligence community was built by the National Security Act of 1947, and we have classified capability and systems that are second to none, phenomenal. And over the decades, the many decades, that has been our bread and butter. And it has protected our country and been really vital to us for our administrations to have decision advantage. So if we think about open source, we talked about being in a SCIF all day. Talk a little bit about how you see that tension between the breadth and scope of the open source world and living in a SCIF in a classified environment.
Right. So during Pathfinder and even the labor that's coming from to produce Tearline content, is you have to swim in the stream every single day of the open source world. to know the little nuances of things that happen in social media, or where to look for data, who to follow, and who's doing the talking on that topic. It just requires constant engagement every day on keyboard to get that expertise. And you're not going to necessarily get it doing drive-bys from the skiff on down. It needs to be a permanent, dedicated thing. And the numbers have got to come up of these OSINT shops are generally sometimes in even CTO offices throughout the community or embedded into a collection shop. The question is the size of these open source units within massive classified shops is we've got to get the numbers up of professional full-time people that do both. They're in the tools, they're buying the subscriptions, they're building the pipelines, it's being co-created with industry. That's what I see that we need more of, is the interdisciplinary talent from industry. So the tools aren't that, the volume is overwhelming, particularly on the social media side, and you do need some amazing capability to do that. You can do it brute force just through calling the free API sometimes, but you'll hit a wall with that. But that's what I look for when I scout bench strength from a company, is do you have an interdisciplinary team that can do OSINT? Not a tool. That might be a part of the toolkit, but do you have the bench strength? Do you have statisticians? Do you have the data scientists? Do you have the editors? Do you have the writers? Do you have the cloud engineers? Do you have the interdisciplinary talent to do it? And if you do, and you swim in the stream, you're better at predicting the actual problems rather than guessing with a tool. So that's what I look for when I scout for organizations that want to help with OSINT, is do they have the bench strength to create it? So I think that moving forward is while we're making some progress, you are seeing some chirpings of this, of things upstream. There's an awful lot of studies embedded within these congressionally directed actions within these national defense authorizations of what should we do? We're seeing a lot of those. We're seeing about 5 or 6 journal articles a week in Foreign Affairs, in other places about what are we going to do to scale this? So something is going to happen, both on the executive side and even on the legislative side. And something is brewing. So I think that we're getting real close to the ceiling of the model that we have in place, not because people aren't hustling and not trying their best. It's just the systems that were put in place, largely from 47, to protect secrets. I think that we're reaching the ceiling of should it coexist with the open? And I think that we're seeing that tension being borne out, and that's where I think these trickle of articles that are coming out from former analysts, from industry folks that are commenting on this, that's what I think that the meta theme is from an organizational theory and systems perspective of can they coexist? And I think we're at an interesting inflection point.
If I could I just jump in? Because I think, at least within INR, we already coexist. We work downtown, we work in the building, we work in the SCIF, but we also work outside the SCIF. We go to the policymaker meetings. We're proximate to the policymakers. And so for us, the starting point isn't a tool, and it isn't a system per se, which we could probably do a better job at times, but the question is, what question are we trying to answer? And then what's the best way of getting at that? Sometimes it's more data, but sometimes it's not more data. Sometimes that's just more noise. It reminds me when I was a kid watching cable TV. I had 1,000 channels and nothing to watch. So my dad would kick me out and say, go out, play, and don't come home. Well, until dinner. So I think that is one of the benefits, at least I see, one of the comparative strengths within our bureau is we have experts who have come out of the academic world, out of the think tank community, through the Foreign Service, so they rotate around, they know the networks. It's a networked ability to leverage those networks in a way that then they can filter and discern among the classified holdings, but also the unclassified holdings. They know who to follow on Twitter if they follow someone on Twitter. They don't have to hire 10 people to find out who to follow on Twitter. They themselves do it. And because on average, they stay longer on account than analysts in some other parts of the community, they have developed a reputation as a trusted source. And so I think, I take your point, Chris, that there may be some questions where scaling is appropriate, but I just would caution against scaling for scaling's sake.
And I'm not suggesting that. What I am suggesting is that the policymaker, as you've defined it archetypally, is what you know now. What I'm saying is that you can't possibly know the new customer sets that are going to explode. So a social media officer at Radio Free Europe is now a customer that needs high quality OSINT. So it's not just about the policymaker as we know it now. The executive officer. So that's very, very important, but I think what the Ukraine situation has shown, if you're gonna mobilize a global coalition, it's not just gonna be policymakers as we traditionally know them. It is gonna be business interests. It's gonna be allies beyond the Five Eyes that we don't interact with, and the ease of sharing with those types of people at the social media officer at Radio Free Europe is not in that policymaker feedback loop circle. So again, swimming in the stream is not necessarily, and thank you for refining that, is not just on keyboard every day from a Twitter consumption perspective, but being in there from the output perspective too. I think that the traditional notion of the customer, of the PDB, of the top 250 in the DC area, again, I think that's a constrained view because these coalitions to shame and these shame and blame campaigns and to point things out online like we're seeing with Terraline that is used to bring pressure on China with the Uyghur abuses. I mean, officers at Nike need some of this authoritative information. So I think it's not just the traditional policy customer, and swimming in that stream can help understand a little bit the best that you can, because you're never gonna know where these new customers are gonna pop up. But I think there's inherent limits of the traditional policymaker archetype that we have in place now.
You're really talking about the paradigm shift that so many of us have seen with, I mean, it began really with media and social media and has continued now into the Internet of Things and the digital interconnectivity that we experience in our world. And you're raising an interesting point about customers because national security apparatus is defined as, a variety of agencies, et cetera, and DoD. And the attack surface is so much broader than that.
Right.
So if we think about defending our national security, I think companies like Google and Lockheed and others are vitally important to protect too because they're building things that are really important for the nation. And we had a conversation about venture and private equity and some of these startups that have these really cool technology. They might be a 2-person or a 4-person effort, but they're going to need, they're operating in that open source space and how do they get protected?
Right.
So I think about the open source, and there are pockets and larger entities across the IC and DoD that just do exceptional work in their space.
Absolutely.
And some of that's really, really important because being a China expert you might have a PhD in the Chinese economy or the PhD in Chinese military, but if you're responsible for targeting at CIA versus maybe sitting on an aircraft carrier out in South China Sea, you're going to need that situational expertise and the right background to make sure you're bringing decision advantage to your mission. So my question really is, in this paradigm shift, what does it need to look like, and how does it change? And Devin, I'm going to start with you. Really thinking about with what the kinds of things you see in the private sector now in the commercial world, looking back on kind of what open source offered before, tell me a little bit about what you think needs to happen going forward.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm smiling because I think about oftentimes going into a room with the decision makers and program leads, and then all of a sudden the meeting is hijacked. And no offense to the lawyers and the acquisition contracting officers in the room, but hijacked, and then the decision is driven more by the lawyers and the contracting officers versus the needs of the program leads. So I think that's a pattern that I've seen, and a bit on the frustrating side, because I don't know from a policy perspective, from a legal perspective, if we have been able to, across the public sector, really delineate how the commercial piece, be it OSINT or information, but feeds into the greater apparatus. And so it's pretty passionate about it, and it's been consistent enough that I think it needs to be addressed. And then I'd love to see, and I know there's a big debate, and I know there's varying opinions on whether or not there should be an organization that stood up or an agency that stood up specifically to address. And it would be nice to see an entity that is resourced from a budget standpoint, that has the money, can hire the people, that has a seat at the table, that's able to inform policy. It'd be nice to see that writ large across the community. But at the same time, I think there needs to be clear intent and purpose specific to, are we focused on rivals? Are we a producer or a consumer at the government level? Because I think when it comes to, there's a difference between collection and analysis, but are we producing information, are we consuming it, and then how are we bundling that in order to meet demands across the public sector? So I think a lot of those questions have to be asked and really looked into in order to truly define the way ahead.
No, you're really right. As long as open source has existed, and I think the Foreign Broadcast Monitoring Service started in 1941, so a little bit of time. The definitional things are still a problem, yes. Right? And our open source officers, analysts, or collectors, and I mean the debate is like, you know, your Redskins or Commanders or Cowboys, so it really gets that passionate, right? I wrote a piece about this several months ago, and I called them ninjas. And honestly, it was just because I didn't want to get into the debate about analysts versus collections officers. But it's also true that the laws and regulations aren't reflective of the way open source can contribute to mission now. You think about civil liberties and protecting privacy and making sure that Americans' rights are in no way exposed or limited by what is done. And there have been a lot of calls for an open source agency or something else. So Chris, I want to go to you next on this. Tell me a little about your thinking about this and realizing I'm putting you in an awkward position. So, you know, if you can disembody yourself from your current role, if you talk a little bit about what you think.
Well, I have my personal view on it, again, to the chirpings of where this goes. But I think from the organizational theory perspective, I'm questioning now whether this can coexist. And I think that we have hit the ceiling of the fusion view in what it can do. There is a way to do fusion, but it needs to be done in a different way. The base needs to be unclassified, and the toppings are classified. Right? So you have the unclassified base. It was always supposed to be the int of first resort, but it really isn't. Right? So the pyramid needs to be inverted. And I'm open to different arguments about this, but this is what my recommendations were in the Pathfinder, is that the base needs to be unclassified. And the original intent is to focus the classified on what it's good at. So right now, I think that we kind of have a spork of mushed together of functions where it just kind of a fork, a knife, and a spoon all mixed together. Why don't you just separate them and have all three of them do a good job to their original intent? So I think from a purist perspective, the classified will always be there, but I do think that the citation model now, or the supplement model now, is reached its inherent limits. And that's why I think that this is an exciting time following this space of something is going to happen. And I think that just the educated outsider, I know there are people that specialize in going and reading all these congressionally directed actions and the defense authorization bills to find what is Congress asking to study. And there's an awful lot of open source ones related to an independent function, revised functions. And even some of the overclassification debate that you're seeing more broadly is tied to this. So the question is, why do certain things have to be declassified in the first place? So D&I Haynes, her speechwriter, reached out to me and asked, they were giving a speech at one of our partners in Texas, and she was talking about classification reform and things like that. And they produced Caroline content, so they wanted to make sure if she saw the students that did it to say hi. So the question is, and this was the absolute right thing to do in the Ukraine effort, to declassify some of these things and get those mobilization maps into the Washington Post. But I think that the larger question moving forward is, why did that have to be declassified in the first place? Why can't it be born from the unclassified side and never be classified in the first place? So if you look at Tearline, created by uncleared students, all of my developers have public trust clearances. I don't give them clearances because they telework from Arizona. There is absolutely no reason that they should have top secret clearances. So I think that the question is, this larger debate is, does it have to be declassified in the first place? So to go up, then all the way down, what can be born from the floor up? And I think that that's where this kind of debate of the trickle of op-eds and things like that is hinting at. There's a lot of meta themes, and I know that we're gonna tie ourselves into knots about placement, whether it's some of the articles under the Commerce Department, whether it's an independent agency. To me, I abstract it back a little bit more just from an organizational perspective, and it's just exciting to be in this space. And I do love NJ for this. I mean, NJ, the int is the most commercialized int. In our space, I think that all of the 3 letters will go through this. NJ just was the first because that int was the most commercialized. And it's to be able to do things like Tearline, I think NJ's offered the flexibility to take guesses at some of these things. Educated ones, but we're able to do certain things because of the commercialization of space that other organizations can't. And I think it just all ties together. So I don't know where it's gonna wind up, but I'm fascinated by the debate. But I do think that we're getting real close to the optimal ceiling.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to go to audience questions, and I think we should vote for spork as the word of the day, because I haven't seen one since I camped in Girl Scouts. So a lot of effort goes into the PDB. Do you think there's an opportunity for an unclassified federal employee /IC/DOD daily brief? Maybe David, I'll start with you on that.
That's an interesting question. I agree, there's a lot of effort that goes into the PDB. A number of years ago, I actually wrote a PDB that was based almost solely on unclassified, publicly available information. I ended up classifying it so I could get it published in the PDB. And I think that speaks to an issue that Chris raised, even implicitly, and that is this culture of secrecy. And why do we classify the things the way we do? And I think part of it is because as an analyst, there's no immediate consequence for overclassifying. There is potentially a risk if one is not well versed in the classification purposes and all of that, of underclassifying and then worrying about something spilling out into the open. And so I've seen email threads where a thank you is secret, no foreign, and it's like, why is that? And it's because the fear that something would somehow spill otherwise. So I think we in INR are experimenting with a couple of things, which is to compare observations in the open source world with some things that we see in the classified realm. And I think in much of the world that's not closed societies, it's a little easier to do that. And so I think it would be an interesting notion, an interesting concept to explore, because I think the benefit of it is to help shift the culture, which we've heard about from various speakers and panelists throughout the day, that's actually one of the big challenges. The tools can help us perhaps change the culture, but at the end of the day, it's showing that it's okay to try something new. And having an experiment like that might not be a bad idea, to at least try it and then compare it. The challenge is the finite resource of time. Getting enough people to be willing to do it who aren't too busy doing something else. For example, within INR, because we're basically one person for several accounts that you might find in other bigger agencies. So when Intellipedia and other tools came up, they didn't really get much traction within INR because they were too busy having coffees with people who actually knew stuff and then would brief and things like that. So it really, I think INR would be happy to do something like that.
Interesting.
If I can add, I would argue it almost already exists. Back in the day, it was the early bird, and then it went to Stratfor, and today it's the Cipher Brief. But there are publications out there that, in essence, are a roll-up on the unclass level, and maybe it isn't a formal system of pushing it into those hands, but they're certainly out there and available. Yeah. The consolidated resources are there.
When you think of, we haven't talked about Bellingcat yet today, but I mean, it's a remarkable.
We should ask the lawyers first.
I should ask what? So we haven't talked about Bellingcat yet, but a little bit, not so different from the model that you're talking about, although you're doing it driven by government. But for anyone who doesn't know who they are, they're an open source, a nonprofit that started on the internet with an unemployed plumber who got carried really a lot about what he was seeing on the internet, and self-taught, and a group of self-taught experts who have provided remarkable insights over the years on things like who is responsible for downing Malaysian airline flights over Ukraine, and who was responsible for the Skripal poisoning, the Russian dissident in London. And it is this passionate, self-taught group of people who have developed tradecraft on the internet scale, right, on internet level, and YouTube and Twitter and elsewhere, that, having been an imagery analyst way back in the beginning when we had, film that had to be dropped every 24 hours, to now, it's genuinely some of the best tradecraft there is in the world. And it isn't US government taught, and it's not US government controlled. And we don't have much insight into it other than, if we're willing to log on to that site. So if we think about the richness of work that's out there, and you're talking about the Cipher Brief and other places, there's so much out there already. How do we bring that in to scale so that, someone like David or Chris can bring those insights to mission without, either having to dig through them themselves or recreate them? Any thoughts on that? You're looking at me with big eyes. Sorry, Devin.
Yeah, if you can get through the bureaucratic red tape, yes. I think that is a great idea. And with Bellingcat, it's interesting because if there is fact-checking done, they're always right on target with the information that they produce. So yeah, as far as getting it into the right hands, maybe it is an analysis of what's out there and then potentially consolidating that, you're right, and building the algorithms that can pull keywords that are critical to organizations, which wouldn't be super hard from a commercial standpoint. The technology already exists. And then they could pull from those varying sources on the OSINT level and then put together a consolidated report that could be completely automated on a daily basis based on what's out there.
Really interesting for industry folks out there. So, Chris, how does your agency validate OSINT acquired data? Is there a means to automate the IV&V process, or does it require subject matter expertise?
Well, as far as the purchase, let me just riff on the Bellingcat thing. Just endlessly talking about standards and metadata. There's still groups from the 90s that are trying to figure that out from an ontology perspective. What I have seen from using the Bellingcat model is, again, get in there and hustle. And they've done self-teaching. So all of the feeds that are coming in from NGA's perspective, it's just time. It's just kind of batting practice. You got to get the numbers up. So I think that standards are important and metadata things are important. But as new systems come in, particularly from the overhead perspective, what we have seen with Tearline is that on the imagery side, the more non-literal imagery that is coming in, the more technical talent is required from that group to do a good job with it. So what I mean by radar imagery, the radio frequency stuff from, say, Hawkeye 360 is very different than looking down into an electro-optical image from Maxar and seeing a tank, seeing erosion. There's domain transferability. You can get and do a good job very, very quickly. So it's a matter of just time on the new sources is giving it the Bellingcat college try. So I think that sitting back and kind of waiting for the take view that comes from the world of the NTM world, where it was designed for NGA and its predecessor organizations to efficiently do that, is now we have to be out in the stream a little bit more rather than waiting for it to come to us. So I think the come to us AI view, there's value there, but getting into the stream like Bellingcat does every day with grit and hustle in these new systems, I know that's not cool to say in 2023, but there's a tremendous amount of labor that goes into analyzing the information and creating the outputs. And while the tools are getting better and saving some time, in Pathfinder and in Tearline, I'm not seeing these unbelievable cost savings, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that there's been certain things that have been automated away, and there's been incredible time savings, but they're not these monstrous numbers, right? It's still very labor intensive. So I think that was the vendors coming into NGA are a ton, right? There's a new one a week, but it's just giving it due diligence to evaluate, and it's a time question.
Thank you. So last question, David, to you. OSINT has been the fastest means of integrating foreign partners. Can you speak to expansion of regional partners' roles?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and you're absolutely right. One of the things that INR does, we have analytic exchanges with our close partners and allies, and over the past year with the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, I think that in the intelligence diplomacy of having senior policymakers use intelligence-derived information to engage their partners, I think that has been a real plus, and it's actually raised some of the questions within the IC that we've been discussing. It's having something that is open source derived with foreign partners is probably the gateway to building trust. There's very little downside risk to doing that. And as a result, it can open up discussions more broadly. A number of years ago when I did a detail at the National Intelligence Council, we did the famous Global Trends series. And you would think 2030, now this was a few years ago, 2030 over the horizon, totally unclassified, we'd have incredible discussions all around the world. And it was because it was unclassified, it was over the horizon, and it started a conversation. And so I think any kind of situation where you can use open source as the sort of the setting at the table to begin a conversation is a potentially positive way forward. And so that's one other reason why I'm grateful to INSA and this panel for having this kind of conversation.
David, Chris, Devin, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Really appreciated your insights.
And next time, Chris will bring a spork.
Well.
Thank you.
Again, I'd just like to thank Kristen and our panelists for an outstanding discussion this afternoon, and in fact to thank all of our panelists and moderators today for this just really great symposium that we've been able to have. What a great day. Please join me in thanking everybody who's been able to participate. I want to also give out a few more thank yous, especially to our events team, Toya Rich and Allie Bailey, for producing another outstanding program, and of course to all of our INSA interns, policy interns, and in particular to Hallie Morell and Haley Epler, who were the two interns who really helped to do all the speaker interaction and all the managing and event logistics support. So thank you to them, and of course all of our interns are looking for jobs as they graduate here. Also, I'd once again like to thank all of our sponsors. It's a long list. Accrete AI, Acoma, BAE Systems, BlackBerry, Booz Allen, Elastic, Google Cloud, Gordon Ventures, Guidehouse, Maxar, Oracle Cloud, Peraton, Rancher Government Solutions, Raytheon Intelligence and Space, SAIC, Sandbox AQ, Sim Software, and Thomson Reuters. Thank you again for coming. Hope to see you soon at another INSA event.